Dong, dong, dong. It's 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It's time for the Idget Show. Before I get started, I'd like to go over our standard pre-stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time, for any reason whatsoever, whensoever, wheresoever, whosoever, or howsoever. I tend to curse a lot. Sometimes every couple hours. Sometimes every other word. My chat tends to get about on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If you are easily offended, easily triggered, anything I just said does not sound appealing, or you just don't like the sound of my voice, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall to the left. Without further ado, let's get some music going and get into this. So I messed around with this. I messed around with this for a couple hours on Saturday, and I think I got my oil fixed, or at least mostly fixed. Went over with my community quite a few different options, and then proceeded not to do anything they were telling me and did something else. Because that's me. That's just me. Let me get my chat up. I just realized I didn't open my laptop, so I can't see you guys. There we go. And finally loaded. Yay. Oh yeah, I was down here playing with turbo fuel. We'll be back down here in just a minute. Let me go over here to the oil. It's a little bit of a trek. You know, this factory is not exactly large or anything. I don't know what you're talking about. This is the smallest factory ever. Okay, come up here to my oil. You'll notice it looks exactly the same. We're still doing the valves. But come over here. Oh, look, 600 per minute. 600 per minute. 600 per minute. And 596, 600, 600, 9. 9. And empty. So we'll probably have to go figure out what the hell's going on with that pipe. I might have one pipe that's not fixed. That's fine. That's fine. That one's got one. Some of them fluctuate a little bit. And I think a lot of that's coming down to I'm not consuming all my turbo fuel. If I'm not consuming all my turbo fuel, I'm not consuming all my oil. This one going through. Most of them are running. We got one problem pipe. Let me find that problem pipe. And the problem is, a lot of times those problem pipes will show as a problem, and then when I come back to them, they won't be a problem. I think it's the... see, it's not showing as a problem now. And then... whoop. So we're getting a little sloshing through this pipe. So we're going to try to trace this pipe. That is this one. Okay. I think I know where that one is. Hello, Vogue! I believe that's pipe number 3 right here. I don't see it come over here, and it's running just fine. So it might just be a bubble in the system. But that's fine. That's okay. It's mostly working. And I did say if I wasn't able to get it 100% working over the weekend, we'd say F it and just run in however much power I have. I mean, I got 6.8 terawatts. I'm not hurting for power. But one of the things I was doing why I was down at turbo fuel. We'll go back down there and I'll show you what I was doing. But all I did to fix the problem is I literally took one of the pipes that went to the Red Forest, or came from the Red Forest, and I ran that. I split off around here, and I ran a pipe this way, and I junctioned into all these with valves to give the head pressure. And then I brought it over here, I dropped it, and I gave it into all of the oil in the blue crater. It's really weird that I'm not... Oh, I must not have those turned on. And then I brought it this way, and I shared it to the Gold Coast. So basically, and over here, I literally just tapped off that same pipe, fed it into all the pipes that were coming from the Northern Spires, and I did the same thing here. I basically just gave them a little head lift jump start before they even needed head lift. But yeah, this is why my oil is being a little weird. As you see, there's a lot of yellow. I thought I had this ironed out, but still having a little issues. So I'll probably have to purge the system and imagine some could help you. What's going on, Jeremy, and what do you mean? But yeah, what I did is, if you look closely, you'll see there's a T-junction here. And basically the pipe comes in, goes into the T-junction, half of it feeds this way, the other half feeds under here, and loops back around. That way I'm feeding it from both sides. My thought is, because these things are eating 120 turbo fuel per minute, that feeding it straight down the line wasn't allowing enough pressure. We're going to work on getting all the rest of the turbo fuel set up like this. Because I think this is a better way to feed the system. And as I said, I got some of it done. Not as much done as I would have liked, but after a couple hours, I couldn't stare at the pipes anymore. You can only stare at these pipes for so freaking long before you just want to pull out your own hair. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all these pipes. That way we can replace them and do the new system. Like I said, I got 6.8 terawatts right now, so it's not like I'm hurting for power. But I don't have the 8 terawatts I'm supposed to have. And if I don't have the 8 terawatts, then I'm not making enough power. We need more. And if you remember, when I built this, I did all the turbo fuel and then I did the rocket fuel. So I didn't know exactly how much space I'd have here. So now that I've got the rocket fuel lines in place, I know how much room I have to play with in here. That's a big thing for me. I like knowing how much room I have to play with. I guess I didn't get all the pipes. I'll also say, without a doubt, I found out that Oxygen Not Included had a new DLC coming out, and I spent most of the weekend playing with that. I really like it, Oxygen Not Included. And it might be coming back to the channel. I'd kind of gotten bored with it, so that's why it went away. And after a while, after you've done everything you can do in the game, it takes a little bit. You do the pipe split for the whore as well. Are you talking about the ones that you, like what you did? when you showed me the fix. I have not done that yet. We got a bot over on Twitch. Now that they've learned a different way of doing the exact same freaking ad. Honestly, right now, I mean, I might have to go through and do that with the heavy oil residue into the blenders and the oil into the heavy oil residue. Right now, I need to get the turbo fuel out of my hair so I can see if that's going to be needed. They probably will be, but I'm kind of working from the end back. If I can't make enough rocket fuel because the turbo fuel is not flowing properly, that's kind of priority number one. Okay. A band hammer has been dropped. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to smack these down where they go. And then I kind of do this in an order. I have an order of operations. Is it the best order of operations? Absolutely freaking not. But we don't ever do things the best way around here. We just kind of fumble through. Right now, I don't know if this is a problem of just the pipes aren't pressurized, so they're not sending everything. If I'm trying to eat through it too fast and the pipes are having trouble keeping up, or what's going on here? What actually is the problem? And just going through and like trying different things to fix the oil, that's one thing. And I could throw down a whole crap ton of particle accelerators and burn off the oil that I have into the oil diamonds recipe to check my flow rate. But let's try to get the rocket fuel being made first. God damn it. But how is everybody doing today? I don't know how many people are even actually watching. Yeah, it's Monday. Okay. Bow, 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 bow. We've got a nice little holiday here in the U.S. It is currently Memorial Day. Means basically nothing to me, but I mean the holiday itself means something, but the fact it's a holiday doesn't. I think that makes sense. As far as like my schedule and stuff, it's just another Monday. As they used to always say in show business, the show must go on. I realized I completely forgot. I missed a chunk. Let me get this last one down here taken care of real quick, and then we'll finish. We'll get all this stuff hooked up. Unfortunately, I think I was only able to get like 2 or 3 rows done, so I got a lot of this to do. The nice thing is, while I'm doing this, all the turbo fuel that's supposed to be coming this way is backing up back at the refinery. So the pipe should have a good chunk of turbo fuel in them when I start hooking this back up. I did change my output pipes on the compacted coal. Figured with each one putting out 20, I would just make belts of 1200 instead of using that compressor down there. It wasn't working the way I wanted it to work. Okay. Now I know where that's going to go. I'm going to put all these in place. Like I said, is the way I'm doing it the right way? Probably not. But it should at least work. Maybe. One way to find out. Okay. But now I know I'll need any one of these stackables on top of basically every one of those. Again, like I said, this is definitely probably not the fastest way to do this. The only one that does not need one of these is that very, very, very last one. Alright. I'll drag this out basically as far as it can go. And hook it up next. And each time this will drop a level. And when all is said and done, it should look pretty good. Which is half of my concern right now. I want this to be pretty. I want it to look all nicey nice. I kind of wish I could say I only had this one row to do, but no. I got at least one more row after this to do. But like I said, I can only stare at the pipes for so long, and call O and I got to me. But if I'm going to do content on the new DLC for that game, I kind of feel like I need to actually know something about the game. The new DLC. Know something about the new DLC. Going in completely blind ain't exactly my thing. What's going on with the oil issue? There was pressurization issues. Basically, the refineries were eating it too fast, and it was killing the head lift that I was giving it. So that pipes that had any junctions in them were not flowing right. I may have it fixed, but I need to be able to get rid of all my oil to 100% confirm that. One of those problems that's easier to diagnose when you purge everything out of the system. Actually, I need to go through and put these in. That'll be 3. 1, 2, 3. Right now, I'm having a little bit of trouble getting rid of all my turbo fuel, so can't really completely say all my oil is going until I can actually verify that all my oil is going. That boop, 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 beep boop, bippity, boppity, boom. Now, I'm just gonna put the lifts in because I know I'm gonna need these. Now that I have the first row spaced, I kind of know where these ones go. And then I'll come back and put the one that goes on the floor. The drawback is all these need to be half nudged, so it's a little bit more of a pain in the butt. I guess I could switch to zoop mode. Make this a little faster. Just got my water train going. Awesome. Once I get the turbo fuel set up, once I get this little bit of a pain in the patukas done, we'll be switching over to getting all the stuff for the nuclear factory ran. This is my nuclear plant. It takes a little bit. Ooh, that's not good. I don't. Why the fuck are you over here so much? Why are you invading my personal space? That's my bubble. What the hell? Why do I have enough room for this over here? Ow. I could do it that way. Not really. Okay. Ow. I'm being stupid. Yep, I'm being dumb. This one's full, and then it goes away. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring it over here. No more bubble. Okay, I need you. Yeah, that's what happened. The pipeline, the entire pipeline itself needed to shift to feed the last couple segments, and I didn't see that. It's fine. It's fine. I found the problem. You can only fix the problem after you find the problem. Happy Memorial Days to the boys in blue. I just remember Memorial Day is to celebrate the fallen. It's always a good day to celebrate the people who are actively serving, like my son, who's probably currently asleep. It's a Shell. Hello, Shell. How you doing, my dear? Oop, I missed one. Yeah, straight mode doesn't like to work in this regard because it's not far enough apart. It wants to be all closey close. My whole family served? Yeah. I was unable to serve because of screwing up my body and mental issues. Yeah, I decided to be really smart when I was like 13, 14 years old, and a buddy of mine had a neighbor that did carpet. It's like, oh, I can, and he asked if I wanted to work. Like, yeah, I'm 13, 14 years old. I want money. I completely screwed my back up. I'm doing pretty good. I sent you a message because I hadn't seen or heard from you in a minute, but I'm glad to know things are okay with you, Shell. Okay, I think that's all hooked up. So we should start getting the turbo fuel into these blenders. It's gonna take a minute before everything pressurizes, and yeah. So we got another row to do. Okay, I'm glad to hear it. I know life can be stressful at times. So badass hearing everything warm up. Well, you're also hearing the particle accelerators and stuff above my head. This one's going to be a little bit more of a problem because I've also got to bring the nitric acid through here. Because the nitric acid, there's only enough nitric acid in a single pipe to feed 30 blenders, and there's 45 in each of these rows. So basically every other row, the first row and every other row, I ran 2 pipes of nitric acid. Get all this shiznit. All this shiz. Alright, I've hit my 50, so yeah, I hit that. I must have hit that a little while ago, and I just didn't notice. Oops. Yeah, hopefully we can actually get the hopefully we can get this all ironed out today and move on to nuclear. One way or another, we're moving on to nuclear. I'm not going to spend too much time playing with rocket fuel. Yeah, I did the space elevator in a little over a week, I think. It didn't take me very long. But this is also my 3rd playthrough, so I kind of got a little bit of experience. I don't want to say talent. Definitely not talent. I got a little bit of experience under my belt. when it comes to this game. But I have crossed 2,000 hours, so yeah, I've been playing it for a hot minute. Okay, it looks like I got 2 more up here. Go ahead and get rid of these. Okay. Just realized that's actually in the wrong spot. There's one thing about me that everybody knows. I'm a little anal. And yes, I did say just a little. Just a freaking little. I'm not that bad. Yes, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So add 4, add 4. I got 1 pipe from here that I'm gonna feed this pipe into there. And how I'm gonna do it, I don't know. No, this is not a creative world. I started this from absolute scratch. And I've built everything, I've made everything. I have a very large storage array, which is why I basically can make anything I want. Yes, I said little shell. I'm not that bad. I could be a lot worse. People really don't realize how often I'm just like, screw it. Okay. I like when things are uniform. But I want like all these to look the same. I don't think that's asking for too much. Yes, all vanilla. Because I'm in experimental, I couldn't run mods even though I wanted to. No mods in experimental. I might be changing. Yeah, I want to change where these are. I need to hook that a little sharper. Alright, let's get the next section hooked up. I know that I was going about all pure nodes, no mod. I know that don't work right now. Oh yeah, This is yeah. When I hear vanilla, I assume people are asking about mods. This is exactly the same settings as you would find in 1.1. The only reason I'm in 1.2 is daisy chaining. Then, you know, I wanted to check out 1.2 when it first came out. I was kind of hoping to be a little bit farther in this playthrough when they announced when 1.2 was going to go live, but here I am. I've used the spawn toilet once. Half the time, if I'm about to die, I probably don't realize it until I'm dead. So, not nearly enough time to actually put anything down. Now, from what I've been told, there's a couple little exploity things you can do with the spawn toilet, but I try not to do any exploity things. Okay. Everything is overclocked. All of these blenders are overclocked to 200%, because at 200% I get really, really nice numbers. And that's my major reason for doing overclocks and deciding where I'm going to overclock. You can use it for everything you use the hub for. It has a manual workbench in it. I don't really use the hub for anything short of unlocking my milestones. And handcrafting way too much at the beginning of it. That was me asking if there was a manual workstation in it. Don't take that as me saying there was. In terms of early game travel. Yeah. I don't know, I definitely try my damnedest not to die. So. And I don't do the, you know, respawn thing. Freaking choppy all of a sudden. Funny thing is, while we were trying to diagnose problems on Friday, people were trying to load my save game, and a lot of people were saying that, you know, my save game is evil, it hurts, it burns, blah blah blah. But I normally don't notice much in the way of slowdown, unless I'm making huge holograms. You got a lot going on in the world? Yes, sir. And it's going to get worse. Because remember, like I said, I've got nuclear still to do. I could completely and totally just, you know, call it with rocket fuel. I got 8.5, or I should, when it's all running properly. I should have somewhere around 8 terawatts, almost 9. I think it's like 8.8 terawatts. But that's not enough. I want more. Alright. And Jenna renewed her subscription with Twitchy Prime. I appreciate that, Jenna. You know what? That's not where any of those go. Why, oh why did I just do this? That's not where they go. Does anyone else find themselves doing stupid shit like this where, you know, you think that this is how things are supposed to go even though you literally just did it a different way? And it just bugs the crap out of you? Or is that just a me and a squirrel brain thing? Like, I just went through and did a row, and I'm really happy with how that row looks. And here I am trying to do something completely different. I'm happy with how the other row looks. Alright, I'm okay with how the other row looks. It's acceptable. What I did was I pulled the pipes out one segment. And I'm pretty sure I put them basically right there. You finally got your bot working? Awesome. Proud of you, Jenna. I need to go through and do so much shit to my bot. I haven't done a damn thing to it. I was working, or kind of sort of working, quotation marks, earlier on something I want to do for O&I. I do really enjoy that game. It took so long, but finally got it done. Yep, it's always a good feeling when stuff finally gets done. I guess now that 1.2 has actually been announced as far as when it's coming out, I could easily do a video of actually going over all the changes and how I have personally felt about them in the last 800 some odd hours of playing 1.2. Because I know, like, there were a lot of people who did videos when it was first announced, and from what I've seen, there's a lot of stuff that I have found in the game that are not covered in a lot of those videos. Because it seems Coffee Stain really likes to include features and not tell anyone about it, and like kinda good luck figuring it out. Why am I doing this? I just put one on here. Just one. Because obviously it's going to drop each time. Why do I keep screwing shit? A new build? What do you mean a new build? I'm gonna take a break from Satisfactory after this playthrough's done. Not because I'm bored with the game, but because A, I want to do some stuff in O&I. I need to... I've got a series I'm going to put together for Satisfactory. but it's going to be kind of not in game. I myself, I'm absolutely huge on figuring things out. Why the frick did you not go there? Go where I tell you to go, damn it! So I myself, I'm really big on mechanics of video games. Time for lurky mode. Have a great rest of your stream. And don't forget to hit that like button, peoples. Yeah, and once 1.2 actually goes stable, then it means all the console players can actually participate in the game. So it might actually be worth waiting for the game for 1.2 to go stable. Give it like a day or two, see what all is that they see if there's anything they took out from the experimental branch going into the stable branch, and see if there's anything new they quietly slip in there. I don't assume, and this is the first time I've played Satisfactory that had a major update launch, but it definitely wouldn't surprise me if Coffee Stain does a slight tweak between the last 1.2 experimental and 1.2 stable. Just kind of seems like how the company is. And I don't say that as a negative. Okay, one thing I do need to do is I need a stack here. And I'm going to go and bring a stack here. God damn it. We'll drop that right there. They're doing something with the trains. I would just give us a 1200 pipe. I'm still of the opinion we will never see a 1200 pipe. I don't think it's ever going to happen. And obviously, as somebody who runs a ridiculous amount of pipe, I'm okay with that. I understand the 600 pipe is supposed to be a limiting factor, and it's supposed to make it a little bit more challenging. Because obviously this wouldn't be all that challenging if I had larger pipes. I wouldn't have to wrangle 78 rocket fuel pipes, 48 turbo fuel pipes. Jenna's gonna take off. We'll see you later, Jenna. Okay. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. We're just gonna. Actually, that needs to drop to 3 there. Go ahead and get this all buttoned up. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 439. I do immensely appreciate that. Thank you for smacking that subscribe button. It means the world to me. Just realized I screwed up my count. Me screw someone up? No, that would never happen. But it does mean I need to put another one on top of all these to bring that nitric acid pipe down, because it's going to go right there. Right ding dong there. I want to grab it real quick. I'm trying to keep this color coded. Not because I need it color coded, but it makes it a little easier for you guys, especially when I share the save. If anybody's interested in save. Yeah, there we go. Because I know it's getting to the point where you need a pretty damn beefy PC to play the save. And not everybody has that. Also. Alright. Why is there nothing in this pipe? Why is there nothing in this pipe? Why is there nothing in that pipe? I wonder if that's one of those ones that takes the compact coal that it's not getting all of, because we got some fucking problems here. Let's finish running the pipes and then we'll go try to diagnose this. I play on the ROG Ally X. It runs very well. You want to try running my save? The game itself runs pretty freaking well on even slightly lower end PCs. Not saying the one in question is such. Just, you get to a certain point and even a beast starts complaining. It would probably explode. It's possible. But welcome in, Roshan. Okay. So we're going to... Yeah, that should be Thor. I don't know how to count. I know, we're all shocked, right? I'm doing pretty good. Short of my head trying to explode from all the stuff that I need to start making time for to actually get stuff done. Not to mention, you know, just needing to stop procrastinating and goofing off. Do curve mode here. The fuck? What you could do is take two buffers, merge them together, put a valve on the end, set it at 300, and give you back pressure. Yeah, right now I just need to figure out what the hell's going on with my pipes. Wonder if this is why there ain't nothing in this pipe, if this pipe's not actually supposed to be here. Do I have an imposter pipe again? Because, you know, that's never happened. Yep. That's what happened. We have an imposter. It's some impasta. Nuclear impasta. And I just did that the wrong way. But hey, again, like I said before, at least I found it. Sometimes that's the big pain in the butt, is you have an issue and you can't figure out what the issue is. Nice thing is I get on with this row, I've only got 10 more blenders. But I'm gonna get done with this row. I'm gonna see if I can't figure out why this compacted coal beside me is not moving. It could easily be that the turbo fuel that wants that compacted coal is literally the lines I'm currently playing with. Because it's trying to move now. Okay. Like I said, we got one more row. And actually, no, I don't. Because I've already done this row. So I'm going to do something kind of stupid. I want to force back pressure into this whole system. Basically, I want to fill up the input buffers and I want to fill up all the turbo fuel pipes. And I got a really, really easy way to do that. And said easy way is I'm just going to cut rocket fuel pipes. Yeah, like that. That's it. Now the rocket fuel can't go nowhere. Therefore, all the turbo fuel has to back up. Which also means all the fuel backs up, all the heavy oil residue backs up, all the oil backs up. This basically forces the entire system to pressurize. So what we're looking for is a sea, a shining sea of yellow lights. It's the pipe, man. How goes the flow? And that's what we're fighting. That's what we're working on. Trying to get the flow a little bit better. But oil seems good. I might have one oil pipe that's having a little bit of a conniption fit. But I guess while this is backing up, this is going to take a hot minute. I will show you guys how I potentially, maybe, kinda, probably not, pseudo fix the oil. I'm running the valve system, even though I don't even need that right now. That whole system can come down. And I'm running the valves to isolate each individual line. That way I'm not sharing fluids. Let's take a little trip. I went through and I found the high points in each and every system because I found there is a way that you can actually find what your current Z position is. You can find out what your current height is. And all you have to do is use the admin commands, not the creative mode commands. Just go in here into the terminal and type in show debug. I got rid of this valve or this tank because since this is not a full pipe, it was being a little stupid. So what I went through and I did is, as you see, there's a pipe that comes off. Now we check this pipe. It says there's 600 cubic meters through it, but there's not. The pipes like to lie. And this pipe just it goes somewhere. It goes a lot of places. I also found, when I was working on this weekend, that if you remember when I first started running the pipeline to the swamp for the mega pipeline highway with the belt highway, I put valves in these so I could send all my oil that way and none of it that way while I was building. Yeah, I forgot to remove those valves. Oops. So no matter what, Friday, we never would have gotten all the oil because the pipelines that went this way had valves on them to stop. But this is the pipe that comes from the Red Forest. It comes over and junctions into each one. Each one has a stopped valve. So that it's giving these guys head lift before they do that and go up that. No, not that. Wrong one. Wrong one. There we go. Before they go up that. That's a little higher than down here. But if I check these, they're both running around 600. Yeah, I brought the head lift to basically the pump of every one of them before they needed head lift. I described it to Casper as the old system. All the pipes come together in a church, the big pressurization system. And in that church, you have your priest, the Red Forest pipes, and they uplift all the rest of the pipes. Well, now, instead of all the pipes having to go to the church goes straight to the priests are going straight to the masses to uplift them at their homes. So by the time they get to the church, the pressurization system, whatever you want to call it, they're already uplifted. I want to check that valve real quick. Alright, it's not even needed anymore. Is it the best analogy? Absolutely not. And then this pipe is also from, this is the other pipe from the Red Forest. This was all kinds of fun to run. I hated running this. A, it looks like crap. B, it took me a hot minute. But I tested it with those because I was having issues with those pipes as well, because those actually have to go up higher than any other pipe. And yep, we got and as you see, that occasionally has a blue light on. But with the fact that rocket fuel can't go anywhere, everything should be backing up, which is okie dokie. Once we kick it on, but yeah, here's the black pipe coming up. It's got a valved off T into both of these. Even though those are running just fine. But yeah, I found quite a few things Saturday that were causing issues. Just make sure you don't screw yourself and blow the grid. Why? I mean, it's not like I'm ever going to blow my grid. I got lots of power. never going away. Just because at this very second in time, I have absolutely no rocket fuel going towards anything. I've got at least like half an hour to an hour of battery power. But that's how I fixed this side. The other side, I did that a little different. What's going on, wattage? Alright, we're going to go back to the, I'm doing pretty good. I think I got my oil fixed. Kinda, sorta. Almost, maybe. And I got a new DLC for Oxygen Not Included, and that's been fun. My dupes know how to swim now. But anybody who was actually in the Discord will notice that I had posted a picture of a screwed up pipe. And it was right here. There was a Mark I pipe right here. Because prior to it joining into the stuff from the swamp, it was supposed to be a Mark I pipe. Then it joined in with the stuff from the swamp and became a Mark II. Okay. Let's go ahead and launch ourselves again. The worst thing is, I'm sitting there playing O&I, and I had to start doing some math to figure something out, and I'm sitting there trying to tap the N key to bring up my calculator. It's like, God damn, why don't I have a calculator in this game? It's another science game. I need a calculator. But what I did is, right there, where the red forest oil comes down, I split it and I brought another pipe this way. Gotta be a little careful with my jet fuel here. Yeah, 5,700, 5060. Oh, that's good to know. Like I said, I don't think you need an absolute monster to play my save yet. No, it does not. No, it does not. And this is all I did here. I just brought this pipe down and I did that ugly monstrosity. But again, just because it's ugly, as long as it works, I don't really give a shit right now. I can go through and clean that up and make it look all pretty whenever I want. My big thing right now is just make it work. Make it do number things. And my thought is by giving the head lift to the beginning of the pipe, at the source, at its low point, raise it up out of depression, at its lowest point. If that pipe goes into anything else, it's already got that head lift. It's already got that motivational message. Syntopia. Is that the one where you have to, like, you're in hell and you got to try to extract the sins out of everybody before for, like, profit? I think I saw RCE play that. Didn't really look all that interesting to me. But that's, to me, I mean, games that I enjoy, other people might not. Like, this is one of those games that not everybody likes. It wasn't the head lift that was the problem. I think it was the backed up pipes were all connected so close they didn't know where to pull the liquid from. It wasn't pulling from equally. That's why I ran the valves so they were isolated. And that's why every single oil system was isolated. So there was no sharing of fluids. I think it's because the head lift was at the back of the pipe. When I did the initial test, I'm pretty sure I literally tested 2 600 pipes. I didn't check on a pipe that had different sources, like the crappy pipe in the Blue Crater and the swamp pipe. That one, I think it's literally just trying to figure out where the source is supposed to come from. But I brought that Red Forest pipe this way and hooked it to all these pipes too. That one goes under, and there's a cheeky little junction there. I think there's a valve on there. I think absolutely certain I put a valve. Yep, there's a valve. Because if we think about the ones that were having problems, they were almost all ones that had connections like this. So I think with having the head pressure granting the head pressure at the end, these two were trying to fight over who was going to actually go down the pipe. And at some point in time, they like, oh, well, hell, neither one of us is going to go. And just, you got a bubble. Now giving the head lift at the base before they even go up, I think that solved a lot of that problem. But, I mean, this is literally half of the battle this is just an option. Fog gave me another option that seems to work. I didn't let it run for days, because I didn't have days, to see if it ever had any issues. So if this has issues, I'll go to Vog's strategy. When I let it run, all the pipes emptied out except the ones from the Red Forest. Makes sense. Now, I probably could have gotten the Titan Forest. I probably could have gotten these two pipes here to not fight me the way they did. If I would have ran them over, if I would have just ran them down and dropped them into the blue crater, I could have given the head lift to these bastards from those pipes because that's the second highest oil. But I couldn't come up with a clean way of doing that. And then I brought the pipe out this way, and I joined it in right here. So none of these have any pressure going through them. Yeah, that was kind of my point. When I was testing Friday, and literally the first pipe that always aired was the swamp pipe, and then I think it was the 2 Titan Forest pipes, and then everything else started crashing down. That's why I always went to the swamp pipe. As soon as that one started having issues, I knew everything was just going to go to shit. And the funny thing is, I wasn't even checking the swamp pipe at the swamp. I was checking it at Abyss Cliffs, and it wasn't even, at that point, it wasn't even the swamp pipe. Because the swamp high point is the lowest of them all. Well, I got lower high points in other points of the system, like the stuff coming from the Desert Canyon, but we're gotten really good at doing that. Alright, let's fire this back up. Should be mostly full on oil. Definitely should be full on turbo fuel and rocket fuel. A little bit of flow through that one. But because they're valved here and they're valved on the other thing, the only pressure that's coming through these systems is from the source. I'm not sharing fluids. That pipe I just went and showed you, there's valves all over the place that shut that off. What's going on, Rob? How we doing? Almost like I'm making a slight bit too much. No, that's actually running fine. Fingers crossed. A lot of crossing at the fingies. I'm not gonna flat out say things are fixed. We need to kind of keep an eye on this, see if this is going to start building up or not. Just like I need to keep an eye on my power shark. I'm definitely losing some power sharks. Definitely running a little higher, 11.67. So like I said, I believe I got a rounding error somewhere in this system. Okay. Definitely should have a sea of yellow down here. Should be a sea of yellow at turbo fuel. Probably a sea of yellow at fuel. Possibly even at heavy oil residue. So let's get this hooked back up. Now that would be cool. Fluid tanks with open tops where you can see the fluid in the top and even take a swim. So basically like a blender that you can swim in. All right, just some of these already we're getting rocket fuel again. Yeah, we definitely ran out of rocket fuel. We were on batteries. Let's pump up those numbers. Go, baby, go. I know it's always boring to watch a power graph, but you gotta bet this is kind of funny just watching it climb. There's 1 terawatt, 1.1, 1.2, 1. No, up, 1.3, 1.4, 5, 6. You can see all the like spikes and stuff down here in the orange. And they just keep getting smaller and smaller. There's 2 terawatts. As you watch the entire system starts coming online and the terawatts just scream. Oh, we ain't gonna hit 14 today. I'd be happy if we could actually get to somewhere around 7, maybe 8. But I don't really foresee 8 today. But it would not surprise me if there's still errors in the system. Well, definitely in 3. I think I was at 6 at the beginning of stream. Or I think I was at 7 at the beginning of stream, and then I was at 6 before I cut the supply. Drawback is my upward climb definitely isn't going nearly as fast now. As more and more generators come online. I only got a couple generators here, right? There's only like 3 or 4. This is a small power plant. It's a little bitty baby power plant. A little bitty baby. Why are you guys yelling? Oh, because you're getting fuel, you're just not getting it at the rate you want. Oh, you're paused. Why the f are you paused? I'm not supposed to have any paused. Oh, no. Oh. Okay. Okay. I get it. I had initially done this by pausing one generator on each floor. But then I'm like, screw that. We'll just underclock 1 to 1%. Give me those 600 megawatts, baby. Then Casper was having more fun watching O&I than watching me fly around in the heights on this game. That one's running. Yeah. We're up to 4.6. Climb, baby, climb! Give me the power, I beg of you! I want all of that. I want all that power. All of it. Give it to me.
Your suit's life support is not compatible with this.
My suit's life support is
Turn
fine.
back.
Stop whining. So right now, I'm having a slight issue because I've got too much compact coal. So let's get rid of some of that. Because like I said, I'm not running the compressors anymore. I've got nice even numbers coming out of all these machines. I just had to do some funky belt work. Oh, and as you see, I put some bins in place. This one should not be a full belt. I should have 3 full 1200 belts and 1 not. I should have 4,669 or 66. We're just going to go down the rows and we're going to dump whatever extra compacted coal we have. The biggest drawback, because all these belts are actually 1200 now, it's going to take a hot minute to actually get them to unload. Do. Yeah. But basically, I took the 30 blenders on that first row and I added 15 blenders from the second row to top off that belt. Because at 20 compacted coal per minute, 60 blenders will fill a belt. Yay, easy math. Best kind of math. Easy math. I keep fat fingering the W key. Well, unfortunately, this is a math torture game, so I have to do math. So I will stick with the easy math as the best math. Figured it out. You can't fight back. I have no idea what you mean. I'm a scrappy little guy. I'll fight back as much as I can. Is that who this Jeremy Brown is? Is that Stewie? Okay. Ow. It's like, why does this belt not have anything on it? Because I disconnected that belt. I didn't say it. I said Stewie. You know, your Twitch username. A lot of you guys remember when I was fighting this whole bullshit and I couldn't get the compacted coal out because I wasn't getting the turbo fuel in. Now I'm having the opposite effect, where I can't get the compacted coal out because I'm not burning the turbo fuel because the compacted coal is backed up. You gotta love systems built on system. I knew you were lurking, bud. I wanted to figure out why, how to get the proper flow rate through on the turbo fuel, because it wants to be a pain in the ass. Like, I only got 529 coming through this pipe. Some pipes are running just fine. Some are being pains in the asses. But it's Satisfactory in liquids. I don't think it's I can't burn them off fast enough. I think it's kind of a clog in the system. And I tried putting valves in. These are fully open valves, just directionality valves. Just to try to keep some of the back flow. But if I go towards the end of these lines, I'll have systems that have a bunch of turbo fuel in them. I burned you? How did I burn you? Now see, that one's blowing full 600. Nah, I never meant to call you out. I was just saying hi. And I love having you here, bud. That one's only got 3, 4, or 500. But, like I said, so I need the pipe to be full to achieve maximum throughput. But if the pipe's not full, I can't get maximum throughput, and the damn things won't actually send everything out, and I can't get maximum throughput, therefore I can't get piped full. So how the hell do I get all the stuff out of these freaking pipes into the freaking, to go down the freaking run? I'm trying, bud. That's all I can do. I'm just crazy. That's all there is to it. And it's not a head lift. In this case, it's not a head lift issue. Because I measured, there's nothing over 10 meters here, and even the lowest pipes that never go above where they're currently going. Like, this is a low pipe, and I still can't get 600 through it. Should I put a bunch of pumps on here to get some, just to use them to pressurize the system? You're a military veteran? I didn't know that, bud. Which armed forces were you with? Were you Army? Were you Marine? Navy? Which service did you serve with? I mean, I'm assuming you're American, right? I think we touched on that one. A question for Vogue and Drac and the hardcore people. How do I get maximum through? Well, that's fine. We won't have to talk about it, bud. I think a lot of people in like all. I think all people can be dumb. I don't think that's a nationality thing. I think that's just a people thing. Now guys, I've got all my fuel. It's just the turbo fuel itself doesn't want to go. Welcome in, Mega. Well, if I'm consuming 600 from every pipe, and welcome in Physics. I have over 2,000 hours in the game since December. My ass is addicted, so for me, yes, it's definitely worth buying. I normally value a game based on how many hours I get out of it before I grow bored. I'm one of those players that I get bored of any game. Doesn't matter how good the game is. I'll grow bored of it. I'll get to that point where I feel like I've done it all. And I start getting bored. And welcome in, Jeebers. Yeah, to me, it's definitely worth it. However, Satisfactory is definitely one of those games that does not appeal to everyone. There are a lot of people that the formula for Satisfactory does not click. You don't have to, Jeremy. Like I said, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. But right now, I'm having a choke at the blenders. They're not getting enough turbo fuel. That's why I spent all that time redoing the way they were coming in, and now it's more of a choke that I'm not getting everything out of the refiners. If you like complication, if you like having to plan things, if you like seeing big number get bigger, it's a good game. Put a buffer at the end. I tried that earlier. I really don't have room for this shit. But I guess I can send the pipes. Does it have to be at the end or just a buffer in line somewhere? Are we talking about a flat buffer, a raised buffer, a lowered buffer? And are we talking a buffer at the blender end or the refinery end? A pipe that is at least the same height. A buffer that is at least the same height as the pipe at the end of the turbo fuel refinery. So could I bring this pipe row, which is between the refineries and the blenders, and put buffers on this pipe row and then send them to the blender? Because obviously I got a whole lot of room over here. This is going to be fun. And by fun, I mean this is going to be painful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, go to organization, go to fluid buffer. Doesn't have to be the great big one, right? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try it on the bottom line. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If anybody's like new to Satisfactory and is looking at this and thinking in any way, shape, or form what I am doing is something that you will have to do, this is not. This is an insanity build. This is the rough equivalent of doing like a hitless Elden Ring run. Definitely not something you have to do to beat the game. Not even something you have to do to play the game. It's just a challenge. I'm the type of player who enjoys doing crazy ass things like this. I don't think I've got enough room here to do this the way I want to do. Maybe. Oh, just barely. Okay. Get this all brought around here. Obviously, I'm going to run out of room. That's fine. There are pipes, conveyors, all that stuff. It can only be so long. You'd want a junction before the machine to go to... You want a junction before the buffer to go to the machine. I have no idea what you mean. Are you talking about literally just splitting off one from each line and feeding it into the buffer? Like putting a T-junction and just partially feeding them? Basically use the buffer as a big burping vat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 440. I do massively appreciate that. I love the fact that you tickled that little subscribe button. Okay, I think I get what you're saying now. We'll give this a shot, and then like you said, what did you say? You know I got the attention span of a squirrel. And YouTube subscriber number 441 just smacked it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It means the world to me that you guys are enjoying the content. Still not there. Yeah, still not there. Close. Oh my God, so close. That one should work. Means that one should work. Fly, baby, fly. And 442 and 43. Thank you guys so much. I wish I was better at like showing my gratitude and shit, but I suck at it. It really does mean a lot to me. Thank you guys so much. Okay, we got 600 per minute through there now. So as long as the buffer can stay full. Do you think it'd be... Now just flush and see if it works. Flush the buffer or flush the pipe. Tell me, oh mighty Vogue. Tell me what to do. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, now my fill rate and my drain rates are good. Either? Fuck. Let's drain the whole damn thing. Okay. So now we sit here and watch. Now I'm gonna go to the next one. I'm just gonna drain the buffer. Well, that one I was actually showing zeros. How the hell do I have a 700 cubic meter per minute flow rate or fill rate from a 600 pipe? Not complaining. Not complaining. Yeah, I think the idea of flushing the buffer is the better idea. Oh, yeah, back fill plus front fill. It's getting spit roasted. Okay, I get it. I get it. So I'm just going to empty all the buffers. Oh yeah, for anybody new here, this stream is not child friendly. I'm gonna curse a lot. I'm gonna make inappropriate statements. That's just all part of the. That's part of the community. It's part of the stream. What you could do is take two buffers, merge them together, put a valve on the end of the buffer. So you're saying take one 600 pipe in. And send them both out with 300 coming from each buffer to make a 600 pipe. I hate using, and I'd probably use I probably wouldn't even do the valve. I'd just do a Mark 1 pipe if that's. Because I don't trust valves. We'll let that run for a little bit. Does it have to be the jumbo buffer? As far as I know, there's no real difference between a jumbo buffer and a baby buffer. I'm just gonna get rid of this. All right, obviously, the biggest problem with that is the sheer space that's going to take. Now, some of these are not showing 600. But again, I mean, it would not be the first time a pipe has lied to me. It wouldn't be the first time anything has lied to me. So in your case, KTC, you're talking about using the buffer just to increase, literally shoot flow. Is that kind of what I'm getting at? Is you're fill up the buffer a substantial amount. That way, as soon as you open it up, connect the pipe, you've got that. You've got the internal anti-head lift. You've got gravity back pressure. I wonder if that would work with just a single valve if I just let it mostly fill up. Because it can only shoot 600 out total, right? If I just put like a valve right on the end of it to set directionality. I watched, what is it? Dacoba. I think it's Dacoba. I watch his video. Yeah, like that. I've got a lot in there. So if I set like a valve just to address directionality. Let's put it right there. Because the more that's in the buffer, the more pressure you get. That's all over the damn place. Let's trace this line and see where the hell it's going. See what the blenders are doing. On the first row, I need to see if I've got space down here to put the big buffers in. Oh, KCC, honestly, for legit interaction, like if you're trying to talk, really talk to me, your best bet is over on Twitch. There's less delay. So there's only like a 5-second delay on Twitch, whereas there's like a 20-second on the YouTubes. So that pipe goes into these blenders. And now we're having, this is, right now what I'm seeing, it's basically what I call manifold priming issue. Whereas at least on belts, the first splitter is trying to send half of its load this way, half its load this way. This one gets half of that, so a quarter total of the pipe goes this way, another quarter goes this way. Until this fills all the way up. Oh, it's not that you can't keep up with chatting. It's that the 400 buffer is not keeping up with the 600 pipe. Okay, I'm I mean, look at that. We can test that real fast. I'm all about testing this stuff right now. We'll just take that very first buffer and switch it over to a big buffer. A jumbo buffer. Not the little bitty baby buffers. We'll do a head-to-head comparison. Side by side. Oh, not side by side, but near each other. Let it fill up. Any particular volume? Just a lot. I want to try with just one. More full equal more better. Okay, I'm gonna take a tiny little pipe off. Get rid of that. We're gonna put a valve on it. Again, just directionality. And now we're gonna let this thing fill up. Should only take about 4 minutes to completely fill at the 600 cubic meters. Ooh, I just realized something. I don't think that pipe's actually supposed to have 600 per minute in it. I gotta go check. Remember, I got a weird row at the very end, which will be the very rightmost. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this is not a full pipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that's only a 2/3 pipe. That's only supposed to run at 466.67. Glad I came back over and checked that. Because obviously I shouldn't get 600 per minute through a pipe that literally isn't giving me 600 per minute. The one thing I would like to see would be that these like fill from the top instead of both of them filling from the bottom. I'm just saying I should never see I should never see 600 per minute coming in because I don't have 600 per minute coming in. Yeah, I think it's backfilling the pipes now. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it with this pipe because this pipe is a 600 pipe. And if I had to stagger these just to get them in here a little bit better, I can. If you don't know what I mean by staggering them, I literally just mean like that. Give enough room for the pipe to run through the center. And then I can literally just run a pipe out. It's not actually going to collide with that. Maybe it will collide a little bit. Need to give myself a little bit more space. Well, that's what nudging is for. So half a nudge. Where the frick did you find a power line? Boop. That way I can do that. Yeah, if I need to, I can stagger them like that. This one's getting close. I'm gonna go ahead and set up the pipe out of here. You could do that and lower the flow rate to get more. like I said, I'm gonna try it with just one, and then I can try it with 2 buffers, because I could literally stagger like this. Boop, 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 boop. And then come off just a little bit into a valve, just for directionality. So we'll try this in a little bit. We'll see if one pipe wants to work. Like I said, I'm going to let this fill all the way up. I need to use the restroom, so I'll be back in just a moment. You have to use 600 pipe and reduce that down to 300 on both buffers, or make 600. Make 600 or do 3 at 150. Well, 3 at 150 is only 450, so. Why do I have to do a 600 and not just use 300 to do the exact same thing? It's almost full. The biggest problem here is there's only 466 that's possible to come in here. And right now, since I'm trying to fill up the pipe, 600's coming out. So it is actually draining because there's less coming in than what is going out until everything on the other side fills up. I don't want to fill up. Because you put out more in the pipe 300 bigger than 600. Okay, so I'm not actually going to I'm not actually worried about only sending 300 out. It's going to be 300 and change because the valves don't actually show or do the correct numbers. Why is you not filling? Can I just go get some turbo fuel and just sprinkle it in there with a watering can or something? Come on. Bullshit. Give me a watering can to sprinkle it in there. Just a little sprinkle. And now that's not getting enough fuel. That's interesting. I need to figure out why the hell you're not getting enough fuel. That's obviously a problem. Yeah, that doesn't want to fill up anymore. You could drink the fuel and well, you know. Even though that one's not completely filled, I'm gonna go ahead and just let it run. I do need to check to see why we're having that fuel issue. Because I shouldn't have issues with my fuel. I'm having it with that one too. That might be an oil issue. Yeah, because that's not full. Why are you not full? Fight through this mess of pipes. Check this one. That's 600. That's 600. That doesn't have enough heavy oil residue. It's filling up, but okay. It's like it stuttered for a minute. Time to figure out why this heavy oil residue is not flowing properly. That is the third one down on this line. This becomes this line. Yeah, I'm sure. If you do exclamation point Discord, my bot will spit it out. Come on, go down, get in the hole. And I have it set so anybody can do it. What's going on, Corby? it goes through like these spurts where there's enough, and then there's not enough, and then there's enough, and then there's not enough. It makes tracing the damn pipe back kind of difficult. So it's this one. Now it's this one. Third one down. Just trying to keep my eye on it. Obviously, my heavy oil residue becomes kind of a clusterfuck. So it should be the second one down now. Now it's down to the third one. It's this one. And I ain't having no damn problem with no damn heavy oil residue. Could it be a polymer resin issue? Let's see if I see any polymer resin that's not moving. I mean, the beltways for the polymer resin all look good. Hell, honestly, that's not even full. Oh, wait, they're not supposed to be full. Yeah, that's right. Where's my... This one may be supposed to be full. We got some weird numbers going on here. Each one of these puts out 50, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 50, yeah. Yeah, now we're just... Okay. I finally got the rift pulled through Diablo 3 at the minimum level, so I'm happy I can't be called a casual player. I still have never played Diablo 3. My kid's playing Diablo 4 at the moment. I had way too many hours in Diablo 2. Okay, let's go look at this turbo fuel thing. We might have to do something similar up here for heavy oil residue. I kind of hope we don't. Okay, let's trace this one. Send me something on Discord. I will check it out here in just a moment. Unfortunately, I'm single screen, so I have to literally tab out of the game in order to check anything like that. Okay, so that should be this group here. That's full. That's not full. Okay. I'm watching the video KTC sent me. I'm sitting there trying to figure out why I'm hearing my own freaking voice on this video. It's like, oh yeah, because you're watching the stream. All right, I see. All right. So that's running at 100%. That's full. That's running at 97. Says we got 600 per minute coming in. I wonder if I cut the pipe off, coming out of this and force these to fill up. Actually, if I just take the one that's running it. Once it hits 50, I can just turn that one off. I'll force the rest of the flow to actually fill up these other ones. Because right now I'm only slurping 480 out. And I can go turn that one on. Okay, let's leave those run for a little bit. Obviously, this one is struggling, but this is not this is not actually one that I'm currently playing with. So, obviously, the biggest problem is I have X amount of stuff that needs to come out, and I won't, especially with the large buffer, I won't get a solid answer out of that until I let it run for quite a while, because if it's going to bleed any out of the buffer, it's going to take a little bit to show the buffer's actually draining. It doesn't really take that long. For some reason I got 700 coming out. But I think that's basically sloshing. But I don't want to spend all day working on this. A lot of this testing stuff I can do off stream. Vog had suggested keying off my pipe, sending the excess to a buffer. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 444. Magic number 444. Alright, immensely appreciate you smacking that subscribe button. Alright, so we need to actually work on getting more stuff onto this belt highway. You might be looking at this like, why in the hell do you need more stuff? Because I need more stuff. This isn't all of it. This isn't all of it by a long shot. I have quartz crystal that has to come over here. I have iron ingots that have to come over here. Copper ingots that have to come over here. Copper sheets. Deuterium ingots. I got a lot of stuff over here in these refinery rows that needs to bring that ass over here and get on the belts. If I go back over to my modeler file, which I guess I don't have modeler loaded, this is going to take a minute. And my modeler file is available for free in my Discord if anybody would like to see the math that went into building this. But I have a whole lot of quartz crystal that I need to get over this way. I also need to figure out, where all that is. The hell is this shit? The hell is that funky monkey stuff? That doesn't look good. Give me a second. We need to figure this out. Quartz crystal. The only quartz crystal I've been using is going to crystal osmillators. Crystal osmillators are over here. There ain't many coming that way. But they are backing up. Okay, it's a priority merger system. Oh, that's going to time, not time crystals, power shards. Trying to find the trying to figure out where I came down. There's where I came down. Okay. going back over to quartz crystal. Like I said, some of the quartz crystal is supposed to go with me to nuclear. My nuclear. Like obviously, this belt is not being used yet. Doesn't look like I'm using all the quartz crystal off of here, which is probably why there's a smart splitter here. But honestly, I don't want this to go this way. I needed to go back to the mega belt, the main belt. Obviously, the big problem here is I already got crap in my way. We're gonna do nothing that way. Now fight this damn build mode, straight build mode bug bullshit. We're going to send that way. Okay. Got another smart splitter here. Yeah. Yep, I'm not a fan of that bug, but what can you do? The biggest problem is I need to compress a lot of this stuff. Now that's always fun to do. I got a whole bunch over here. They're just not going anywhere. I need my modeler to load. Takes a minute. There we go. Okay, so I have 2,700 quartz crystal coming into nuclear. It's 2,758. So there had a whole bunch of not pure belts over here. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then an overflow belt. Let's do some math. 130.448. I think that's the number. Times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's only 1043. But where the hell is it only 8? I should be able to get 9 onto one of those. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That makes more sense. You're running 100. You're only running 83% of the time. You're only running 83% of the time. So is there excess here? Kind of sort of seems like there might be excess being made here. And which is really screwy because I don't have a smart splitter here. And so we do that times 2. Let's do that times 16. And that's 2,087 of what I need. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So make that 20. That's 2,600 of what I need. This is exactly balanced out, so there should be precisely the amount that I need. Fluid problems are fun. Belt problems are too. Now that 2,600 number here does not include whatever overflow I have on this belt. Give me a second. I gotta plug my headset in. Alright. But like I said, I'm supposed to have like 2,700. I don't have enough 2,700. I'm short. Well, sure the hell ain't putting anything here. We could probably put something over here. Yeah, we got room. Welcome back, Inferno. Yeah, we ain't got room for 2 belts, though. Well, kinda. Especially if I came back this way some. Instead of putting them here. Put them here. Definitely need to run some belt compressors to make sure these are 24 or 1,200 belts. Yeah, that works. Not a huge fan of the way it looks, but sometimes you gotta do shit that you don't want to do. Actually, I have an idea. It's a stupid ass idea. But I mean, do we really expect anything else from me? If you expect anything else from me, you might be new here. I'll tell you right now. Me and stupid ideas, they go hand in hand. Because I'm supposed to have 2,700 per minute. No, that's not at all true. When it comes to me, I break the mold on that idea. I go out of my way to prove that's not true. Okay, so I need a smart splitter. And a priority merger. We're going to run this guy into that. We're going to put a little nubby belt there. We're going to bring this down to you, and we're going to sync all of that. I'm going to send any and overflow. We're going to let that empty out. And this is just a basic belt compressor. If you're not familiar with what a belt compressor is, basically it allows you to take two belts and ram everything down one. My thought is I'm going to compress all my belts down here. I'm going to get the amount I need, I'm supposed to have. And then and only then will I send it down to the conveyor belt highway. Right now I'm going to turn this off. Because I want this line to completely empty out. And I know it's not 1200, so it will actually empty out. Like everything that's on here will come out of here. The pure and simplistic fact that this belt is not backed up has me very worried. Yes, top of the hour, you should see a panda in the upper left of your screen. If you happen to see the panda, please obey the panda. Panda would like you to smack that like and subscribe button. I would appreciate it as well. I'm not a huge fan of valves to control a flow rate. Solely because of the floating integer BS. If that wasn't an issue, then I wouldn't have an issue with them. But unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, it's still an issue. Okay. Okay. Now. Well, if you set it to 150 and it actually flowed 150 and not 150.4, or rounding up to whatever the next integer is, that'd be kind of nice. The drawback is, like I said, that belt not being full has me extremely worried. Because that quartz crystal goes to my power shards. My power shards then feed my alien power matrix, which is where a good chunk of my power comes from. Like, I'm only going to make somewhere around like 5 terawatts. Without my alien power matrices. I'll make 2.8 from rocket and 1.9 from nuke. That belt not being full is really, really worrisome to me. Is it emptying out? Basically, what I want here, I don't know if I even have room for it. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, I want these two to go together unless that belt fills up. And if that belt fills up, then we can have the overflow. Welcome in, Dakota. Just getting into oil in phase 3, getting slightly overwhelmed. Any suggestions? What is overwhelming? Like, what aspect of it is overwhelming? Start small, then expand. Yeah, don't be like me. I have 21 pipes of oil. I have all of the oil. You don't want to see what I'm doing with oil. It's kind of frightening. Okay, so that should be done now. So I can dip that in. And at any point in time, this belt should always be 1200. We can bleed the overflow for right now. Well, my iron and copper and steel production is solid, but need some more steel and products. Then eventually rubber and plastic and everything, complete phase 3, and then I have to manage transport of all my end products. And you don't really have to manage transport. Just build one giant factory where you make everything. Don't do this. Don't do this. That was meant to be humorous. Do not do this. This is a horribly bad idea. Right now I'm just trying to bleed off this quartz crystal. I'm trying to bleed off any that might be in the machines. The problem is... Ooh, actually, that's a merger. Hey! Hey! Hey, you guys! Boop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How is this belt running at a full 1200 when there ain't 1200 on this line? It's 130.448. Multiply that by 9, that's 1174. That's not 1200. Okay, now we're getting a little bit going through there. Yeah, it's getting a little stop every once in a while. How dumb of an idea is this? Hours to do my week-long coding project. May my soul be blessed. Good luck, Vibe. And thanks for stopping in, as always. Now, Dakota, the biggest thing I can tell you, as you're going to unlock more and more transport. One of the other big things that you will want is your dimensional storage. Because like you see, you don't see me going to a storage area to get stuff, to build stuff. It's always in my pocket. So set up your factories wherever they need to be. You'll eventually unlock trains. And you can just you can just put everything on a train and send it to wherever the hell you need it to go. I will say, when you're in oil, smart splitters are a friend, as are awesome sinks. Set one up at the end of each one of your lines, so if it backs up, like if you fill a storage container, if you fill a factory, or anything like that, you can dump your polymer resin, you can dump your plastic, you can dump your rubber, you can dump your fabric. That way, you don't have to worry about it backing up. You're better setting up to burn all your liquids and sink some of your solids than vice versa. As far as your liquids, remember, you can always fuel generator to get rid of almost any of your solids or any of your liquids. Send your extra oil into, well, your oil is not a problem because worst case your extractor just backs up. But after your oil, if you're getting too much heavy oil residue, send some of it to another refinery to turn it into fuel, and then burn that in a generator. The biggest issue with liquids is having a backup on your liquid byproducts. Because once your liquid byproduct backs up, you're SOL. So these should start dialing up. This is one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of putting Mark 6 belts on my outputs. Because you get this. Everything fighting for room on the belt. Even though there's only 1174 on this belt, there's like 25 spaces free. They end up fighting too much. I'm just gonna dump these. Eventually, this should empty out some. Damn you getting your merge conflicts. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I normally use smaller belts. Like for these, I'd have a Mark III belt here, which is still double the speed it needs to be, but that's slowly emptying out. And anything that doesn't need to go down this pipe can come this way. Again, smart splitters are your friend. No matter what, this should read either 1198, 1199, or 1200. All three of those numbers actually mean 1200. It's a calculation error. Now this belt should be empty. We should not be seeing a full 1200 here. So I'm going to put another priority merger here. We definitely should have 1200 on that belt at all times. I don't know why the hell this is not moving. That doesn't go anywhere. Ah! Stupid belts. Let go of me. Okay. Now I got this little partial belt here. Oh, we'll move that later. Once this belt empties out, as you see, every time there's a gap in this belt, it gets more from over here. This is a basic belt compressor. And we're going to dump the rest that way. That way we can empty that line. now when I come down to the very end of this, there should not be any backlog in those back two. Well, they're empty. Merger conflicts are basically solved. Not seeing any I'm not seeing any gaps there, but it could be down to just, it might not be a full 1200. There's only supposed to be 1174 on that belt, and 1174 is such a minute difference from 1200 that I normally can't see that. The nice thing is, if I follow these belts, they go way down here. We got some major belts going on. They go up, they're still not at the end. We're not gonna talk about that quartz crystal or that quartz crystal. And they even there go into a priority merger system. And I'll play with it, trying to get the turbo fuel to actually run properly off stream. We got nuclear to do. I don't even know where I am. I'm lost! Hit me! I've lost my way! Okay, so 1200 there, 1200 there, and definitely not 1200 there. But we also have this guy. I believe this feeds off to somewhere. Yeah, that's definitely moving. So there's not a lot of overflow coming that way. But I'm only supposed to have like 300 something. Major belt salute. Yeah, we definitely got some belts. It definitely seems to be a little bit more than 300 coming through there. But remember, we're also emptying machines. So we've got backlog in these machines that is trying to empty out. See how these are only Mark 3s. I'm going to go ahead and pull the excess out of these. Try to clear that merge conflict. Have you seen How I Met Your Mother? Not really. I've seen some clips and stuff, but I'm not really a big TV show watcher. Giving me fucking flashbacks mid-coding. Well, there's such a thing as good flashbacks. They don't all have to be negative. Most of the time they are, but they don't have to be. Hey, let's send... Oh, I'm being stupid. Overflow this way. Anything that way. Because this bell actually goes to feed a machine. So that smart splitter set incorrectly. Yeah. That might get us closer to the 300 I'm supposed to have. And just a little bitty baby belt compressor. I'll probably end up turning this one. Yeah, we're going to turn this one. There we go. That's a little cleaner. Ow, that one hurt. If you're new around here, yeah, my autosaves hurt. A lot. We're not going to talk about the bullshit that is the spaghetti down here. I don't know where these go. Where do you guys go? Oh, yeah. That's where they go. That's not me moaning, you freaking weirdos. You're a smart splitter. Why is there more? How's this shit go? Ah, well, whatever. I said what I said for why I said why I said. Great news, compiler won't work. That does sound like great news. It does not sound like good news. Why are you back? No, I fixed you, you son of a bitch. Oh well. Yeah, 300. 3 is still dropping? Let me check to see what we're supposed to have. So I'm supposed to have 2758.32. So also that belt should have 352 on it. Or 358. Somewhere around there. I don't know. That is not 350. So we got some more freaking quartz that ain't coming my way. But obviously because this was screwed up, that might explain it. Because I only got these 2 rows of pink. Forgot a JDK? I don't know what JDK is, man. I have no idea what that means. So maybe, just maybe, once that belt there that it was trying to feed to fills back up. Because right now I don't think we're getting anything. Let me watch this for a second. JDK holds the Java VM and the Java compiler and Java CLI. Okay. I mean, I know what Java VM means. That's virtual machine. Yeah, I mean, I don't program. I did once upon a time. Peoples, Amija! I put this smart splitter in like this because at some point in time, I assumed this would back up. The nice thing is, as I've said multiple times now, this entire system is balanced. Should be. TM. AKA the amount of crap that comes out of this quartz factory should be the amount of crap that I need in my nuclear. I did say should be. Bear in mind, I said the word should be. I did not say is. Because we all know damn well I don't know what I'm doing. You guys ain't going there, that's for damn sure. I would have to come all the way down here to use those. Which I guess I'm okay with. I'm not thrilled about it, but I don't have to be. I just have to be okay with it. Amaya, what do you think of O and I coming back to the stream? There's a turtle now. Okay, so this is my top one. I always like putting my crappy belt on top. There's a turtle. There's a seahorse. Now, the seahorse looks derpy as hell, but there's a squid. Oh my god, my autocomplete is back. I was saying how to write out the repetition stuff. I can see that. I can really see that. Okay. The drawback is I have no flipping clue where the hell my quartz is. It's down here somewhere. If you've never seen me actually like do this step, me not knowing where the hell something is completely normal. So that at least lets me get these down. The hell is this? The holy hell is this? Ow. Okay. Now, where's my cord? Where's where am I trying to send this from? Ow! Here. And this is my derpy line. I have a feeling I don't want... Do I have room to fit 3 belts here? No, that's a negative, Ghost Rider. That is a negative. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We'll just put them over here. Wrap around that way. Itchy nose. Okay. So we'll feed... Probably. God damn it. This sucks. I literally just moved. Turned this around. There. There we go. There we go. On the road again. I just can't wait to get back on that road again. On your mom again. Just can't wait to get back on your mom again. Yeah, didn't think so. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna do this a really derpy way. Me do something derpy? That's impossible. So I want that belt in this hole. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Now the problem is, no, I want that crappy belt in this hole. That becomes more of a problem. But it's not that big of a problem. There we go. Problem solved. Problem is not. The problem, in fact, was not actually solved. But the idiot allowed himself to believe that it was. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why he's an idiot. That is one of the many reasons. Yeah, I just realized this is backwards. I think. I could be wrong. It's very possible that I'm wrong. How are we doing today? Are we having a good Memorial Day? Or just... Wait, does any other country celebrate... Does any other country have a holiday today? Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about right here. This is my poopy belt. So now I need to go figure out. I need to go adjust my floor holes, because now the poopy belt is on this side. Absolutely make positively certain that that is indeed the poopy belt. Well, it's got to be the poopy belt because it's the only belt that's already hooked up. Good. So actually, I think if it flips like that, that actually makes my life easier, perhaps? Maybe? Probably not. Yeah, because this one will just loop in there, this one will loop in there, and this one will loop around here. Yeah, that actually does make my life a little easier. Yay! You know, the really sad thing is, I still have all my iron ingots to move, my copper ingots, my copper sheets, my deuterium ingots. Yeah, all that's got to be moved. What you see is just the beginning of pain. Okay, so those are ran. I bought a small rainbow worm toy, and my cat is absolutely murdering it. Okay, so that's 1,200. That's 1,200. That ain't no 300. It says it's 300, but that sure don't look like 300. Which begs the question, where's the rest of my quartz crystal? This is supposed to be 358. Do you have any machines that are not outputting at potential? I got a better question. Well, yeah, you're basically full. Do you have any? I don't see any yellows. Looks like all the quartz crystals run. All the quartz is the raw quartz is running correctly. That's not even getting its full 1,200. The more I think about this, the less this portion's actually needed. That should get that up to 1,200. But like I said, one of the major things I have to do is I have to make sure all the stuff over here that gets quartz crystal is completely backed up. And there's a fair amount of stuff that takes quartz crystal. So until all of these systems completely and totally 150,000% back up, some of these are running pretty well. Never mind. Let's go check the turbo fuel buffers real quick. They've been running. They've been sitting there for a hot minute. And 500, 500, 500. Not even 500. 500 in, but not 500 out. 500, 500, 500, 300, 400, 900, 300, and 500. So let's try the other method that I was told. Try. Where you take a single buffer, or two buffers, you let both buffers. Shit, I don't want to do it on this pipe. I want to do it on this pipe. That pipe is not actually a 600 pipe. We're gonna run this around and we're gonna let this fill up. I should, yep, I can still hook that up. We're gonna let these two fill completely up. Two 600 lines. But what do you mean two 600 lines? I'm gonna send one 600 line into two buffers. It's all 600 pipes. And then two valves each set to 300 to output. Now, I should probably hook a pipe in to actually fill these up. It might help a little bit. I don't know why. But. Oh, are you saying just to run two 600 pipes in to fill it up? And then cut the second one? Yeah, we can do that. Basically, we're gonna borrow this pipe for a minute just to fill up this buffer. Once both buffers are filled, we'll get rid of this pipe and we'll keep it. We'll get this pipe off. There's a difference between it taking 4 minutes to fill the buffer and it taking 8 minutes to fill the buffer. I'm assuming that's what we're talking about, KTC. Bow, 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 bow. Make it for a little bit better content by only taking 4 minutes to fill these things instead of 8. Kind of curious if we're having any issues with this pipe since it's not actually supposed to send a full 600. Not having issues with fuel though. I don't know if that's an oil issue or if that's a heavy oil residue issue. That's a compacted coal issue. Because it's 466. Little dancey dance, little shine bug dancey dance. Dance, little shine bug dance. Oh yeah, because we're not actually making all of it. Always one thing. We're not actually making all the rocket fuel, and we're not making all the compacted coal. We're not making all the compacted coal. We're not making all the turbo fuel. We're not making all the turbo fuel. We can't make all the rocket fuel, make all the compacted coal to make all the turbo fuel. Well, let me try this one. So you're saying on the impure line, use 2 400 buffers with basically the same setup, but use 300 pipes instead of the 600 pipes. Yeah, we'll give that a shot in a little bit. I always like trying one thing at a time. A drawback is the line I'm currently attempting doesn't seem to be getting all its compacted coal because reasons. Yeah. That's how that belt's empty. This is the drawback with a system that feeds a system that feeds back into the original system. It's probably empty right now because I'm not sending all that turbo fuel over to be made into rocket fuel.
Your suit's life support is not.
The problem with this entire system is it's all based on balance. So if anything comes unbalanced, it all goes to shit. I don't think I have my smart splitters. Yeah, they're not hooked up. But I can come in here, grab this, and shove it in there. I can grab all this, and shove it in there. Probably need a set of smart splitters to feed into the other bins. Thank you for following over there on the Twitchy Twitch, Lizzle. I immensely appreciate that. To be honest, I could just go grab a bunch of... let's do that. Just gonna go grab a big old chunk of compact coal and just feed these manually to force them to back up so I don't have to wait for the manifold to back up. But that's why I have storage bins of compact coal laying around them. And that one there is fed from smart splitters. So, chill stream so far, and what a factory, holy there. I think I'm at like 800 something. 892. So, we won't cross 900 tonight. Unless I dick around with trying to balance things after stream. I try for a pretty chill stream. Not a lot of loud noises. It happens from time to time. It's just kind of a vibe. You can just like chill out, have in the background. You kind of don't feel like you have to participate, but you're more than welcome to if you want to. The goal is kind of like listening to a chill radio. Okay, so that should all be... That's not the row I cared about. This is the row I care about. Alright, go check the buffers. They should be full by now. Yeah, the idea for this playthrough is making the world's largest power plant. So, I have to have everything. So I can cut this one now. It's mostly way full. I'll hook that one back up to this, hook this up to this. I sent you what I got so far, if you look at it later in Discord. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and throw some valves here just to make sure there's no back flushing. The goal is chill, but a little bit of chaos. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, these are running 0, but they're not fully full. They're not all the way full. Is this good? We're at 2324.7. Those valves are not adjusted. They're directionality valves. I said send it. Let's send it. We'll be sending a little over 300, but that's fine. I was talking earlier about like the variable with the valve. Even though this is set to 300 even, there's a rounding thing with valves. As long as you get one more. This is actually filling up. And 400 lines later and 45 minutes, I'm done. I thought you were supposed to do it in half an hour. So now this will actually fill to the brim once it does. Yeah, because this one drained down a little bit. So now this one's going to get all the flow rate. Should get all the flow rate. It's not getting all the flow rate wired. I got no flow through here. That's draining. That's draining. This is pretty damn close to 600. Oh, so it was doing like a priority. Hell no, it's due at midnight and it's 23:04. Well, hey, at least you got it done. I'll be lurking for now. I need to rebuild in my steel factory. Yeah. It's always fun having to rebuild stuff. 2 600s on each buffer. But I need all the turbo fuel. I can't send. Limited 300s actually limited 302.4 as per the bit value system used for the valves. Yeah, that one I'm aware of. I'm gonna get rid of these valves because once I put those in, my flow rate went to shit. It's kind of weird that. Maybe you put a valve in here? That's why you need 1200, 2 600s on each buffer. That one's going up. This one's not. That's fine. I think right now it's kind of trying to form an it's not really an equilibrium because the way the game works. Well, 600 out. Especially with the priority of junctions and shit. Yeah, Cheese, I think that's the entire point, is by having each of them go sending out a little bit more than 300. This pipe should actually remain pretty damn close to 600. I think that's the idea. Once this buffer fills up, flow should switch over to this buffer. And basically it's going to fill one to a certain point, then it'll fill the other. Put one more 600 on the back of the buffer. Will I tee in another one? Now bear in mind, this entire system is designed to eat every single drop of this turbo fuel. I don't know why, but every time I put a valve in, I stop getting flow into the system. Kind of like the head pressure is just closing the valve. Not the head pressure, but the back pressure. I use the term back pressure and head pressure separately. That's showing zero flow coming out. So I think I need a valve on that side just to tell it not to drain out this way. Should have done this on one of these rows. And that should be this row here. Definitely backed up on turbo fuel. They're pretty goddamn far backed up on turbo fuel. These are the reasons why people don't like fluids in Satisfactory. Just trying to clear the backlog. Which I know I don't really actually have to do. Put a pipe at a full 600 like you did when you filled up a buffer and see what happens. Let it settle if this doesn't work. Right now, that ain't getting nothing. I have no flow through this pipe at all. Take the T out. Right now, this should be... Well, is there no freaking flow coming out of these things? This would be a lot easier if this shit wasn't spaced out as far as it is, but, you know, I have a slightly large factory here. That is the second pipe in on the bottom. should be this pipe right here. That's only showing 400, but I could have gotten over here faster than the fluid. While this is filling up. Now you're making 1,200 a minute and pushing 600. Yeah. Well, this is definitely increasing. But, like was just said, I'm sending 1,200 into 2 buffers for a system that only requires 600. So I'm pushing way too much into a bunch of buffers, and I'm literally not using 600 of what I need. What do you mean, then make 1,200? I don't have any extra resources anywhere. This is everything. That's the big challenge with this. A lot of times when you're playing or whatnot, you can send more through a system than what you need. I can't do that because I'm using everything. There is no more anywhere. Like, this is all of the world's oil into as much heavy oil residue as you could possibly make. You can't ever make more heavy oil residue than what I'm making with the default map. And therefore, this is the max amount of heavy oil residue you could possibly make. You're using the best fuel recipe, diluted fuel, to make the most amount of fuel you could possibly make with all the world's oil on a default map. And then sending all of that to make all of the turbo fuel. There's no extra resources anywhere. I can't just make more. Like, it's literally not possible. There's no more oil to make more heavy oil residue, to make more fuel, to make more turbo fuel. This is it. Now it just comes down to making the game actually behave itself. .446. It's a little off, but it's pretty damn close. It'd be 466. can reduce to make more power in machines. I have no idea what you mean. I can't. I'm like reduce my consumption. That's the entire point of this challenge, is to use everything flawlessly. And a panda bear production rating with 19 viewers. Hello, fellow panda. Happy affiliate anniversary. I appreciate that. And thank you for the follow, Panda Bear. Like I said, welcome, fellow panda. Even though I'm just a squirrel wearing a panda costume. Not a real panda. I'm an imposter panda. I want to try something. Obviously, there's priorities. Welcome to Idgits Gaming. We're the home of bad ideas. The current bad idea is to take all of the world's resources, and turn it into oil in the game Satisfactory. And so far, this idea has not been very satisfactory. I'm about 900 hours into this playthrough, whereas, yes, I'm making a ridiculous amount of power. It's not enough. I want more. 7 terawatts is not enough power. I should be at 8.8. Lurking is indeed welcome. Thank you, Amaya. I got no problem with you guys just lurking and chilling out. Alright, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm just chilling. Because otherwise, I'm going to get really, really stressed and try to figure out where in the world this or that or this is. Oh, yeah. This is, like was said, this is my affiliate anniversary over on Twitch. It has been 1 year since I hit the affiliate mark over on the Twitch. It's been a year since I've been monetized in any way, shape, or form over on the Twitch. Yeah, definitely spicy. We get up to the spice around here. I was waiting for one of those. I'm gonna have to get up get more coffee. No. Okay. So that's a that's a easy issue to deal with. It is. Boop and boop and boop. We'll boop that around too. Ah, looks ugly. Removal. Get rid of all this quartz crystal. But how is everybody doing? How many machines are on a 600 pipe? There are 15 refineries feeding a 600 pipe, feeding into 5 blenders. Okay. So that is the quartz crystal over here where it needs to be. Turned in, finally time to sleep. Chug a bottle of vodka in my honor. No, that's not going to happen. I don't drink, remember? Okay, so we got that. Now we need to get all of the iron ingots. And when I say all of the iron ingots, according to Satisfactory Modeler, I need to bring 21 21,700 iron ingots. Good night, Vibe. Get some sleep, bud. Proud of you for getting your work done. So the biggest problem is, first and foremost, where the hell am I going to send 21,700 ingots? Because that's 19 belts. Don't I eat a bunch of these iron ingot or iron? I eat a bunch of the coal. Yeah. A whole lot of the iron goes away. But I think that's only like 15 belts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, that ain't no 19. And thank you, Lady Debbie, for the happy affiliate anniversary. Sorry I didn't say that earlier. I got a little caught up in the giant raid. 19. So that would be basically 7 belts high. I have room right here. I could put them here. Or I could bring my Caterium ingots here. I use up virtually all of the world's Caterium. If you look here at the end of the Caterium line, there is 1, 2, 3, and 4 belts left over. Technically speaking, this belt and that belt could probably even merge together to become one solid belt. It wouldn't be all that great of a belt. Now you can split that 1200 into fluid to connect to 600 more machines, but that requires yeah, the biggest problem is the fact that the fluid buffers only have one pipe in, one pipe out. One pipe out. So I got Caterium, I got copper ingots, I got copper sheets. I got a lot of stuff I got to put on this belt highway. And I don't know where the hell it's going to go. Right now, what's on here is kind of it. This is all the world's resources. On the positive side, there's no more fluids. I've consumed every single drop of nitrogen on the planet. I am trying to consume every single drop of oil on the planet. Got some yellow lights here at oil. Let me see what these are. Heavy oil residue backing up. Heavy oil residue backing up. All seems to be heavy oil residue backing up. There doesn't seem to be an oil issue. That's an oil issue. That's an oil issue. Why do we have an oil issue? I should not be having oil issues. So I need to figure out what's going on with this pipe. Yes, I hydrated. I drank the last of my coffee. I believe this is just a sloshing issue. Oh, I'll bet you money I know which pipe this is. No, it's actually not. It's this pipe right here. Even though it's showing 600 per minute here. It's probably actually this pipe. Let me trace this pipe real quick. Hold on. We're gonna do this a little weird. We're gonna paint the damn thing red so a little easier for me to keep track of it. I think that makes a little bit of sense. Still a pain in the butt. Okay, now that I'm through all that bullshit, it's the third pipe up. I'm pretty sure this comes from the gold cut or from the northern spires. And sorry for not paying attention to chat at the moment. Just kind of sort of trying to figure this one out. No, boy, I love sloshing. Yeah, sloshing is fun. Sloshing is really fun in a playthrough where you have to use every single drop. Hey, that crotch cam again. Woohoo! Okay, it's definitely that one. Oh, don't tell me this is a freaking floor hole issue. Your pipes are not full pipes. When you started coloring them, they was not the full color. I know. I was only coloring them to kind of try to identify, try to keep track of that pipe. Now that pipe's saying 600, but it's also fluctuating, which means sloshing. Oh, I wonder if that pipe didn't actually get done. But that shouldn't cause sloshing. That should just cause it not to friggin' work at all. That one ain't got shit. Very tempted to tear all these down and redo them. The biggest problem is I'll have a pipe that shows an issue down there, and then when I come down here, it's to try to continue tracing it. It's not throwing any issues. And since the pipes are technically connected, yeah, the problem with drones is I can't use them. I don't have any fuel for them. I won't have any fuel until I get the plutonium. Even more fun when, you know, all of a sudden everything wants to freaking work fine. So I literally just looked at this pipe and it was not full. That would be a really good question, Jared. See, there, it's not full. Still not full. And welcome in, bud. Now it's freaking full. The problem with the nuclear portion is nuclear requires plastic and rubber. Plastic and rubber require, yep, that's right, oil. Now it's draining out. Look at the end of the pipe. You have 2 pipe on the end of the stand. Are you talking about this? This is intentional. That is an auto connect nub. Because there's no way in the world I was running this much pipe without doing auto connecting. I don't think anybody blames me for that one. Now it's not. Now it wants to behave itself. I'm gonna go over to where they come through the floor holes. Because it would. It's the first time I would have ever seen a floor hole just kind of work. I've seen them just flat out not work many times. Yeah, I know that one. I know it's the third one. It's right here. It's not the one I did earlier. Ah ha ha! Hole bug. I wonder if that was the problem. That is this one. So that is that one, I think. No, it's not. Oh well, we'll just do both of this. Like I said, definitely not the first time I've seen a floor hole cause an issue. There's literally people who refuse to use floor holes. Because I guess back multiple versions ago, they were really, really bugged. For anybody just tuning in, what I'm currently trying to do is, well, kind of sort of fix my oil issue. And beyond that, I'm also trying to figure out how in the hell I'm going to get all the materials that I've made for my nuclear plant onto the Belt Highway to actually get them elsewhere. I like the look of floor holes, but I've had a lot of issues with floor holes. Okay, back to the build. Let's see if that helps with that pipe at all. Okay, I'm getting a little too good at that shit. Even though they're not full, I could easily fill them. Because the problem right now is that the refineries are going to eat that as fast as it can come in. The pipe can't fill up. I've always been told a full pipe is a happy pipe. If a pipe ain't full, you ain't getting all your flow through it. The belts get you every time. Yeah, it's a small belt highway. Autosaves get me every time. So I'm going to turn off a couple on this row. We know this oil pipe is proven to be a little bit of a pain in the butt. We're talking about looping them like I did the turbo fuel. Where you basically put a T here, feed one side and this side, go down there and feed in to the other side as well. This is one of those reasons why water is so much easier to work with, because water's everywhere. Water's cheap. So like if you want to, you can just send 600 water down a pipe that only needs 500. I can't do that with oil or any of the oil byproducts because oil ain't cheap. And now it got absolutely jack shit through there. Oh yeah, I'm aware of how much fluids are despised in Satisfactory community. A lot of it's people fighting with aluminum. Oh yeah, I got the sarcasm. Yeah, it's this pipe now. That one's 600. That's a whole different goddamn pipe. Or is it? Nope, that's the same pipe. Yep, that's the same goddamn pipe. 500 here. Now, we were talking about how this game seriously needs external pressure valves. Or not pressure valves, but just the pressure indicator. Okay, we're going to trace this pipe all the way back to where the hell it came from. Inferno, aren't you sinking your water into concrete? Somebody was talking about that the other day. They were tired of screwing with trying to recycle water and they were just dumping it into concrete. Well, it's because great minds think alike, Jared. Well, or I pretend to be a great mind. If anybody wants, I'll upload my save. You guys can try to figure out how the hell to get that turbo fuel to run correctly. I mean, my aluminum setups normally run just fine. The funny thing is, as I pointed out, my aluminum setups is not set up the way normally people set them up. When I first built that, I had a lot of people saying that it wouldn't work. Here it is a couple hundred hours later, it's still running fine. Okay. The drawback is once it comes over here, I have no idea which one it is. I'm going to assume it's this one. Fourth up. Oh, really? That's coming from the freaking... That's coming from Gold Coast. I know that pipe. This entire row to my left is coming from the Gold Coast. For aluminum, I just used a valve and it works. I just feed in the exact amount I need and then into a weird priority valve or priority junction, but I use a valve into a pump to I have no idea, but it works. I don't know why it works, but it works. I'm not gonna lie, I really like the byproducts. If I get stuff back in my production suite, like you can make dark matter crystals and residue with 0 SAM if you embrace recycling. Yeah, I mean that's how I'm doing it. I mean, I've also got dark matter crystals that are going down a sink because I'm making more than I need. Ooh, I could do that. To make absolutely certain I always have plenty of dark matter crystals. Because my biggest issue right now, other than the liquids, is I have a rounding error on my alien power matrix production. Once I figured out this was coming from the Gold Coast, I should have went back and used the hypertube cannon. But yeah, this whole stack, this stack right here that I'm currently sitting on, is all coming from the Gold Coast, the oil coast, the westernmost oil. It's a belt problem. Just redo all your belts. That's a negative there, Ghost Rider. I'm not spending another 3 weeks and 70 to 100 hours redoing my belts. No, nobody wants belt content. Yeah, here's the problem with that, Inferno. If you do it right. We all know I'm not going to do anything right. I just need to figure out which one of these bullshits over here is having issues. Now that one definitely having some issues. It just showed 0. And as soon as I opened it back up, it showed 600. This one. Now it shows Of course, it's coming from the resource well. It's always the resource well. $150 plus 150, 300 plus 150. Maybe put valves to force directionality. No, I got a really bad idea. I got a stupid ass idea, but I'm gonna give it a shot. It should not need to be done, but I'm gonna do it anyways because it's a stupid ass idea, and this is the home of stupid ass ideas. So let's have a stupid ass idea. This pipe, this black pipe here, or this charcoal pipe, whatever color you want to call it. This is directly from the red forest, aka this has a crap ton of natural head pressure built into it. This is how I sent all my oil. By setting it to 0, I'm giving head lift to these pipes. Should be. Imagine you come up here and just drag this shit into basically the toilet. like you can out of a refinery or anything like that. But for some reason, you can't do it in these. I'm trying really hard. It's top of the hour, 6 o'clock. Eastern Standard Time. You should see a panda in the upper left of your screen. If you happen to see the panda, please do me a favor and obey the panda. Smack that like and subscribe button. I would immensely appreciate it. So I had already done that once here. Figuring there's really no head lift here. It doesn't actually start having head lift until I stack them up. And they get some head lift here. They get a whole lot of head lift here. So now we'll take the long trip back home. I'm still trying to think of how the hell I'm going to get those ingots and stuff onto the Belt Highway. I try not to do the YouTuber like and subscribe thing all that often. I'll do it every couple hours. Because it is human nature to just literally forget to smack those buttons. Why not put a valve where you add head lift to make sure it's not pumping the other way? I did. I put a valve on them. And I set that valve to 0. Or are you talking about the other direction? Hey, I don't know. I've been having some serious issues with valves today. Like a wide open valve just kills flow for me. Let me go back and check that pipe because I can launch myself this way. You didn't see it, but I do have a hypertube cannon that will send me this way. Yeah, I only used the Mark 1 pipe there because it only needed to be a Mark 1 pipe. Yeah. Like I said, let me go back and check the other side of the pipe, see if it's working, and if it is, I'll leave it alone. If it's not, I'll try a valve. It's always annoying that literally just like one pipe out of a group decides, I don't want to work. I want to be a little pain in the butt. Yet the pipes to the left and to the right of it are working just fine. And the nice thing is I just going to ride this belt all the way back. I'm going to try to speed this up a little bit. Yeah, I haven't found. No, no, I've had some belt issues when I first when we first started syncing everything to make sure I had all my resources. We definitely found some issues. Yeah, R is changing build mode. It could be while you're trying to change build mode and you fat finger the E key as well. That's never happened before in the history of mankind. No. Better thing is the other game, one of the other games I used to play, Arcs, E is dismount. So you're sitting there trying to press W to go forwards, and next thing you know, you accidentally press the E key, and the birdie that you were flying around on suddenly decided to keep flying as you're falling to your death. It's not full, but I've got 500 plus flow rate through it. Still a little bit of sloshing, but that could easily be attributed to the pipe not being full. I thought I paused some of these. Or is that a different fucking segment? So I have two pipes that are not sending all of it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yep, there's the other one. All right, let's see where this one's coming from. It's a middle pipe. That's a floor hole. Okay, that's a completely different pipe. It's 3 down the left. Flying fucking pipe. Was it not just this pipe? What's the longest you all played Satisfactory in one sitting? About 18 hours. Yeah. Sitting here for literally 18 hours. Only getting up to smoke and use the restroom. Third one from the top. That's a whole different set of pipes. That's this pipe. I'm gonna try to figure out where this pipe is and see if I can't spot the issue. And if not, then we'll go back to belting. I know Drac and Rob spent like 30 some odd hours straight on the community server when we had it. Now that's kind of when I was just starting the game. I get addicted easily. We do have a floor hole that pipe runs through up here, so we can replace all 3 segments for that. We can replace the pipe coming up, the pipe going across, and the pipe going back up on the other side. That's 3 from the bottom. Yeah, I need to use the restroom again. I'll be right back. Now my, you know, I've been a Twitch affiliate. It's just an anniversary. Like they aren't janky enough. My pipes are gorgeous. The pipe is rock solid. I don't know what you're talking about. If that pipe was any freaking more rock solid, it would have had Viagra. Do 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 do. Wasn't pooing, I was peeing. There's something wrong with me if I can poo that fast. Just go in there and launch missiles. If it's the same difference, you got some problems, dude. Nah, I keep that shit clenched while I'm on stream. That can wait till after stream. Drawback is I don't. No, stay up there. Don't. Okay, let's go look at the turbo fuel buffers. After 150 hours in phase 4, I finally automated iodine filters. I think this is the first time I've ever actually fully automated them. Normally, I just go grab a couple bins full of aluminum casings and yeah, we're gonna try some other strategies with this. Not right this second. Do the valve at the extractor now. We'll go give that a shot. Do you think one valve for the whole chunk of extractors or one per? I always automate fabric. I don't know why. I always automate fabric. And then I barely ever use it. It's a little tiny small storage and battery bank. And a little factory. Just doing a drive-by. It's okay. Coming in hot! I hate when it does that. That one's moving pretty well. That one's being a piece of crap. Yeah, thank you, Linux. Linux. I don't know why I said Linux. Linux. Thank you. Welcome back, bud. Between the extractor. Well, you realize that this pipe right here doesn't have that valve is set to nothing, right? No, with a name like Linux Crow, I'm assuming I can figure out which one he prefers. Or she, or I don't freaking know anymore. I gotta learn to stop guessing on that. Zero flow rate. Zero flow rate. Zero flow rate. Valve set to max. Zero flow rate. This is why I don't like valves. There's absolutely technically Linux is a kernel. Yeah, that's true. Why is this not going anywhere? So those two are flowing. This one says no. I have an idea. I said that to nothing. Why are you not working? Why are you such a piece of shit? Are you talking about what I just did? Jack and shit. Right now, this one should be the only one hooked up. So I shouldn't have any flow rate to this. I'm gonna go back to just using a single cross. Actually, I'm gonna move it over a little bit. Am I getting flow out of this booger now? Yes, that one is now flowing. That one is now flowing. Okay, what is Ubuntu headless? I mean, I know what Ubuntu is. I used to use it years and years and years back when I actually tried Linux, but what does headless mean? And now it's backed up again. The second I hook another pipe to it, see, this is why I don't use these valves. Even though that is set to flow, headless is without a GUI. So now, bear with me, I'm old. So the equivalent of running just like prompt only. Okay, if I grab this one, you want to behave yourself. And that one's filling back up. Kinda. Kinda. I honestly couldn't tell you last time I heard somebody actually use the term red hat. That one's emptying. Being finicky. Yeah, terminal. That's the term I was trying to think of. Thank you. That's a rock solid 600. The problem is it just wasn't emptying. Even though I ran a straight pipe out of it, it just, that one wasn't running. This one's, yeah, fracking, kind of. About sums what bullshit you're doing. I may have fixed it. I blame the valves the same. Because if you were here, I was suggested to put a valve right after the extractor before I put my head lift pipe in. This black pipe here is literally just here for a head lift. All these valves are set to nothing. Because I don't want oil coming out of this pipe going into those pipes. I just want the head lift from this pipe, which is coming from up there. This pipe literally comes down from the red forest. Welcome in, Death Wish. Okay, what is RHEL? Because my brain's just putting Red Hat Enterprise Linux, which Red Hat was always kind of the enterprise conversion. I remember when they used to, I don't know if this is still true or not. I remember when they were trying to sell Red Hat. It's like, oh, you're not paying for the operating system, you're paying for support. It's like, they still are. I have a lot of sky towers for such as well. I have a full blueprint to take my fluids above the. Yeah, I'm literally just using the oil well that's up there somewhere because that is higher than anywhere in my oil system. So I literally, originally I had it all pressurized down at the swamp where I'm working, but that didn't work very well. So I figured, let's try adding head lift before it's needed. And that seems to be working, except for occasionally I get a finicky ass pipe. They also killed Scent OS. I've never heard of that one. I stopped paying attention to Linux years ago. The only kind of close to Linux stuff I even mess with anymore is I have a bunch of Raspberry Pis that I use for my 3D printers, and I use Octopi, which I guess is a Linux variant. I partially to save the pump power, partially to see if it's possible. It's more for fun than saving pump power. I can easily afford the pump power. I mean, some of the silly ass stuff we do just to see if it will work. That is my key in video games. Give me a video game that allows me to test stuff, and I'm happy. Give me a game that, you know, you have to do it this certain way in order to proceed. I'll get bored too easily. Like back in Ark, one of the things that I did, and I even made it, I started doing videos on it, and then there was actually zero freaking interest in it. So it's like, yeah, there's no point in making videos on something that nobody wants to watch. Was taking out bosses with critters that you would never expect. If you want to get into the server game, look up Nix OS, OpenSUSE, and Proxmox. You guys are more than willing to, or more than welcome to talk about this stuff in the Discord as well, so you don't have to wait till streams. I don't care what you guys talk about in Discord, as long as it's at least somewhat PG-13. No X-rated, no. Because like honestly, I have no idea who's all in that Discord anymore. Yeah, save the X-rated for your DMs. You're gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna shut up. I'm trying not to get banned. Don't have to worry about it getting demonetized, except for we're on Twitch, which is my only form of monetization. For now. The way this is going, I only need 56 more subscribers on YouTube, and I can have members. I only use Windows to run Steam. For everything else, including work, I use Arch Linux. Currently looking at GUIX. Awatari Mayamori? Yeah, no idea. My server computer is running Proxmox with a whole network inside. I took computer networking this semester, so playing around with network in there was fun. I'm mostly thinking of what to run my server applications on inside the containers. And I'm lost. GUIX is pronounced geeks. No, it'd be pronounced GUIX. GUIX. They might want to say that it's pronounced geeks, but it's GUIX. Which brings back memories. Yeah, but GUI isn't pronounced goo, it's pronounced GUI. Or GUI. Or drop the acronym and it's graphical user interface. I've never heard anybody call GUI goo. But then again, I'm old. Because that one's just backed up on heavy oil residue. And I prefer to call it GUIX because that's funny. That's filling up. Now, this one over here, okay, that's not even oil. How about you? You still having issues? You're still... Well, we traced down one of the pipes. We never really tracked down the second pipe. Now, come on, how many people don't want to say that they have a GUIX? Nix OS is extremely stable. You physically cannot break the system. With that being said, the entire OS is one giant config file. If anything breaks, it doesn't save. You can use flakes. Thank you to YouTube subscriber number 445. 55 more to go. Thank you. Thank you, Wing It. Are we going with Wing It, or is this just Wing It? Because if it's Wing It, you're in the right goddamn place, because that's all we're doing. I wish I could say I love Satisfactory, but I have become deeply, deeply, deeply addicted to Satisfactory, so it's not a love thing, but it's a need. This game is like a certain illicit substance in New York in the 80s that I probably shouldn't say the name of on stream. But yeah, I appreciate that you subscribing there, Wing It. I really, really do. Currently, for anybody new around here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build the world's largest power plant based on 1.1. Basically, I had this weird idea back in 1.1. If you took all of the world's resources, I mean all, and tried to turn it into power, how much power could you make? And after some thought exercises in Satisfactory Modeler, a viewer of mine came up with a plan. And I regret deeply saying I'm gonna build that shit live on stream. Okay. Guess the package manager as the distro is GNU Linux. Yeah, I'm all for learning more of that stuff. I don't care enough to actually try to go back to Linux. This is insane. It's a little on the insane side. That is all of the world's resources. All 429 nodes ran through a sorting facility to spit out in nice, orderly belts. This is all the iron. This is all the limestone. This is all the coal, copper, yada, 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 yada. And that is 4,680 fuel generators. That's 250 coal generators. That is a lot of refineries. I honestly don't know how many refineries. Okay, we need to figure out where we have extra iron and all the iron that I'm not using. Because as you see, some of these iron are blue lights, which means they're running. I won't for a minute lie and say they're running well. They're running. Actually, we can get rid of this stack. As you see, that stack's not going anywhere. That is a leftover remnant from back when I was sinking all this stuff. So I need to figure out where the hell I'm putting 20 or 19 belts of iron on that belt highway. Can you go over what you've done so far? Between what you have done to maximize output from the nodes, etc., even with converters for things you don't need for more power. Everything is for more power. The idea of this playthrough is literally giving up making anything other than power. So, like all of these iron ingots you see here, all the caterium ingots, copper ingots, copper sheets, all this stuff. This is all going into a nuclear power plant. But every single node has a Mark III miner, fully overclocked. And then, depending on the purity of the node, I send out a belt, and if I can, I will combine it with the next belt. Let me jump in my hypertube cannon, kind of give you a bird's eye view of the map. We'll visit the storage facility, because if you think this is nuts, currently I am producing 7.3 terawatts. If I could get my oil completely dialed in, if I can get my turbo fuel, heavy oil residue, everything dialed in completely, I should be around 8.8. But fluids in Satisfactory, hey, everybody loves it. Dude, Linux, I have no problem with you guys talking to computers or Linux or anything. Like I said, as long as it's at least PG-13, talk about whatever the hell you guys want. I'm not one of those streamers that, oh my god, you're not talking about me. This is not relevant to the stream. No, I don't give a shit. The itty bitty storage and the AAA battery, yeah. So before I started with any of that, any of the belt highway, any of that, I built this factory. At this point in time, I had like 80 gigawatts total. So virtually nothing in here is overclocked because I didn't have the power. Now we're just going to do a little flyby, and then I'll show you what everything this factory makes. But this factory was built. Hold on, we skipped a floor. There's a whole floor here. Yeah, it's a little bit of spaghetti. Yep. Up, down, up, down, up, down. I'm doing push-ups in the sky. All right, back to the second floor. There is a third floor. And this is a pretty good size factory. This is my first attempt at making what I would classify as a mega factory. And there's a whole crap ton of manufacturers up here. This factory makes, go down the list, power shards, time crystals, cooling systems, turbo motors, concrete, AI limiters, encased industrial beams, crystal oscillators, heavy modular frames, fixed trigons, reinforced iron plates, computers, cooling, radio control units. Had to remember what the hell they were called. Copper sheets, iron pipes, or steel pipes. I used the iron pipe recipe. Wire, quick wire, sand fluctuators, plastic, aluminum casings, normal modular frames, high-speed connectors, steel beams, rubber, iodine-infused filters, gas mask, all-clad sheeting, plating, iron rods, rotors, motors, cable, supercomputers, fused modular frames, and iron plates. And there are 30 bins for everything except for motors. Motor says 60 because I need grand total for everything for my power plant. The total of motors was over 100,000 motors. Rose playing Flappy Bird in Satisfactory. This was completely and totally planned. Like I said, I had this idea in 1.1 when I was doing a 2.4. Because I had done a power plant before this, where I made 440 gigawatts of turbo fuel using the Blue Crater. And then I made a complete, what I consider a complete nuclear plant, where I took all 2100 uranium on the map. I turned it all into uranium fuel rods, turned that, all the waste from that into plutonium fuel rods, burned all those, turned the plutonium waste into fixonium, and I thought I was sitting pretty at 2.4 terawatts. I'm like, yeah, this is a lot of power. And then it was brought to my attention that that's not even a fifth of what's possible. Imagine upgrading the conveyors on that thing. If there were any upgrades, they would already be done. Or are you talking about upgrading the conveyors in the storage array? The entire, like the first week and a half or so of this playthrough, I literally just spent time rushing through the space elevator, getting to tier 9, getting my Mark 6 belts, my Mark 3 miners. And I'm just doing this so you can kind of sort of see how the belt highways come together. How I actually got all the resources. And because I'm still trying to figure out how the hell I'm getting all that iron into the damn belt highway. I have no idea. The Dune Desert is without a doubt the one I'm most proud of. I think that looks really, really good, and after that, I kind of got a little lazier. I kind of just started running belts down to the highway. As you can see, kind of here. It became more organic, more curve mode, and less straight mode. Alright. I have screwed off long enough. I need to get those ingots going. I got a deadline now. My English is not very good, so I understand more or less what you're saying. How many hours to do this? Because I have like 500 hours. This save currently has just shy of 900 hours. I spent... no. I thought the game crashed. It's like, no! And that hasn't happened in a hot minute. I'm going to try to have this done with the nuke before I hit 12 1,250 hours. Try. And then I'm going to try it. I'm either going to try to beautify it, or I'm going to turn it over to somebody else to try to beautify it if their PC can even run it. Because this save is currently a budget system killer. But as I move into nuclear, as most people are aware, there's 2,100 uranium on the map. I still have virtually all of the bauxite from the map. I've only used less than 2,100. I think it's 2,064. So I still have a crap ton of bauxite. I still have a fair amount of SAM. We're making more uranium. All said and done, I will be burning about 6,300 uranium in my nuclear setup. Yeah, it's gonna get spicy. It's gonna get a lot of spice. I cannot understate the feeling of finally having iodine filters. Yes, sir. I mean, it is lovely that you can blow up uranium deposits now. The drawback is it does not immediately remove the radiation. You gotta let it fade. Yeah, more of a curiosity. So let's. So as scary as what this currently is, just remember, it's gonna get worse. So that pipe's still reading 0. Oh, I hate that Geiger counter sound. I spent so much time on in the nuclear plant last playthrough that I grew to hate that sound. You can get more ore from converters by slooping them and changing them back and forth, essentially. Yes, you can. The drawback is the way this playthrough is designed. I am using every single spec of SAM. Right now, I am using a fair amount of converters to make more sulfur and more nitrogen. And I got to do that again. Plus, I'm going to make more bauxite. I'm going to turn all the bauxite into uranium. I still have, I think, somewhere around 100 converters to make. And the Satisfactory modeler file for this playthrough is available for free on my Discord, along with a save game world save from before I touched anything coming out of here. So if you've ever had an idea, how many screws could I make with all the world's resources? Well, as long as you're on 1.2 experimental, I have a save that all the world's resources are at your fingertips, right here, above the water, where you can do whatever the hell you want with them. Again, free on my Discord. These 2 empty belts here are for my uranium. I just don't have them turned on at the moment. But right now I am consuming all the world's sulfur. I'm having a little issue with some of the oil. Some of the oil is not working. Oh, my PC's loving it. I'm only at let me check Task Manager real quick. I mean, I'm at about 70% on my CPU, 53 on my memory, and my GPU's sitting comfortable at about 67%, 53 degrees Celsius. Okay, let's get all the iron gathered up. Let's get it all gathered up into a stack, and then we'll try to figure out where the hell we're sending it. I think that's step number 1. That's all my quartz. It's already been done. It says it's running at 100%. This one only running at 80. So we do have a little bit of backup here. A little bit. This is a new belt. 81. So we got a little bit of extra in some of these. The bottom belt looks good. I'm seeing gaps. Let me check. Nothing in that one. Nothing in that one. Running at 100. 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 Cool. So let's throw some smart splitters down on these. We'll set overflow. Come out the side. I don't want it there. I want it... Yeah. We're gonna do a little... Ow, this hurt. We're gonna do a little weirdness here. And thank you for following over there on the Twitch, Mefrit. Isn't there a cap of pipes working at once? I effing hope not. I effing hope not. Okay, I'm gonna put a sink down real quick because I need to try to figure out how much extra I have here. Do I need 1 belt? Do I need 2 belts? How many belts do I need? So we definitely have some extra on those belts. It ain't much. I feel like I need to go through and clean out my inventory. I know we got a whole stack of belts here, because I don't think I'm using any of this iron. Mark 2 pipelines have an issue transporting fluid at max capacity, 600. Any type of dead end junction, be that actual dead end or side line becoming full, will cause fluid to flow back, which interrupts the pipe, causing it to drop below. Usage of loops is recommended. Yeah, I have that. I'm dialing that in on my turbo fuel. I have loops on every one of my systems. I recommend dragging the coal. That's not coal, that's compacted coal. Oh, yeah, that's fine. It's not like I don't have more. Yeah, let's get all this down sinks. I want to see what's on these belts. I don't think they're true 1200s. So we'll probably be doing some compressors. Yeah, I probably need to go through and put loops on all my systems. Honestly, initially I was trying to see if I could get away without doing it. I'm not using any pumps. 0 pumps on in that system. The only pumps I'm using is for water. Again, the oil without pumps was literally just to see if I could. You know, sometimes we do a stupid ass thing just to see if we can get away with it. Okay, so that one will empty out easy. Let me see how many we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Each one puts out 162. Is it 4? Okay, that's correct. So each one's going to have 1137. So yeah, belt compressors are going to be needed. I want to see, I don't remember how many are in each one of these rows. It's been a couple weeks since I built this. It looks like 25. So, get rid of that. Each row is 4,000. So there should only be like 3.5 belts. Not even 3.5. 3 1/4 belts. 3 1/3. 3 1/3. That's the correct math. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a partial rows of that. There's not a whole lot left over out of this system. This is my iron plates. Could be the same issue I was facing, having a junction be imbalanced due to height difference at the junction. Had to solve it with pumps. Yeah, if I have to, I'll drop some pumps on some of these lines. It's just really crappy that I can get the oil out of the blue fucking crater using this, but for some reason, very certain ones want to be complete pain in the ass. And if I have to, I'll rerun the freaking pipe from the pain in the butt sector back up to the junction, up to the pipe stack. This is just extra. I'm kind of sort of trying to figure out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a partial 6, 5, and not much of a partial, because I got this little segment here. There's definitely not a lot there. So we're definitely going to be doing some belt compressing. Uh, 162.455 times 25. So that's per row. I am happy that I'm not the one who has to debug this. You're welcome to. I'll give you my save. You're welcome to take a look at it and see if you can figure out what's going on with these. I think I read it down to 2 pipes. Grand total, I should have 21,709 even, no decimal, 709 total iron ingots left. So that's 21,709 divided by 1,200. So just barely more than 18 belts. It's weird that it would show 600 and then drop to nothing, and then show 600, then drop to nothing, show 600, drop to nothing. Back before we built the machines, I don't remember that far back, dude. My brain is jello. Let's get some belt compressors here. So we're gonna smart split. End of priority merger. And I'm gonna try to make this look good. Am I going to succeed at that? Most indubitably no. Most unfreaking doubtedly no, it will not look good. But I'm gonna try. Excuse me while I go silent for a little bit. Alright. Bro, idea. When I was working at Lowe's, I worked in the paint section and recreated the entire formula used for Home Depot's paint colors because they all use the same supplier, tint and all. I can definitely understand that. Thanks for the numbers reminder. Not a problem, man. Not a problem at all. What is that? What is what? The Streamlabs thing? It's just a funny message that Streamlabs throws out from time to time. Okay, weirdly enough, this is kind of weird. Oh, hold on. That's why. And I'll bet you money I didn't put that belt. Yep, that's why. All because the color matcher wasn't accurate and this dude needed an exact paint color for a retro Pac-Man arcade cabinet. I literally converted the fractions and everything. Sounds about right. Look into the Pantone system. I do a lot of 3D printing, and one of my big suppliers is Paramount 3D, solely because they do all of their colors based on the Pantone system. So when they say this color is this color, they mean this color is this color. Because one of the big issues I was having was I was having a lot of suppliers that weren't always capable of giving me the exact color I needed. I want to switch this out to a merger. The reason I want to switch it out to a merger is I got that little bit coming out of the other. I got this little bit coming out here. Hold on. I got a different idea. I have a different idea. Hold the phone. I have an idea. Ow, those hurt. There we go. It's getting late, so I'm going to go see if my bed is where I left it this morning. Good night, cheese. Okay, let this side empty out, and it should start taking from here. There's actually gaps on this belt. Hey, they're probably just happy because you made a customer happy. They don't normally give a shit how you do it as long as you're not straight breaking any company rules. Question is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And some change. That's 162.455 times 7. Yeah. It might not work. Hey, that's one of the things that matters, because trust me, there'd be some whiny ass people out there. Yeah, that's a big thing with paint. Drawback is these 3 belts don't have much room on That belt does. So I'm kind of thinking of trying to get this belt up into a merger behind this. How I'm gonna do it, I have no idea, but we're gonna do it. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That's, I know this defaults at 3, so 4. No, it's too damn long. One, 2. There we go. Because now that's taking up the slack that's coming from this, because the slack that this has is being filled by this, which is being filled by, and then filled by this, and then filled by this. But this is obviously backed up a hop. Just a little bit. Yeah. That's one of the things a lot of people don't understand is paints show a different color based on the color temperature of the lights they're running. It's one of the reasons I would also always tell people never to buy the 2700 freaking Kelvin bulbs. They look like shit. Maybe you want your entire house to look like it's being displayed through a piss filter, go right the hell ahead. That one's empty. We're just gonna dump these. Just gonna take these out. See if this actually empties out or if this backs up. If this empties out, like if this belt line here empties out, I know this can actually take everything here. If it backs up, I know it can't. I don't know about you, but that looks like it's emptying out. Is this system convoluted as hell? Yes. Well, I normally go for like a 5K, 5,000 Kelvin. Yellow enough to still be warm, but blue enough to at least kind of look white. In my opinion, true white is like 10,000 Kelvin. And you don't generally find light bulbs at that color range. Unless you're looking into like growing plants and shit. Most household light bulbs are not. Okay, so this is done. I can call this a 4 high stack of belts that's done. That's 1200, that's 1200, that's 1200, that is not 1200. So this could be merged onto another belt. We can compress this into another belt. And this, like I said, this is not an attractive looking system. And I don't care. I just wanted to be able to make this work, I want to get as few belts out of this system as I can, because I know it's supposed to be 18 and change. Call me weird. I'd like to have as close to 18 and change as I can get. I don't want to be expecting 18 belts and have to run 20. Now, I'm sending these over this way solely so that I have room to basically do the same damn thing here. And I want to give myself a lot of room here. It ain't broke. Yeah, exactly. It might look like a little bit of crap, but which one looks worse? This, or running a whole bunch of belts that aren't even 1200 out? Because I'd rather do this. I do like the fact I was able to stack these up so nicely. If you ever actually like looked into belt compressors and stuff, they're not normally not pretty. So we'll sync these again just to make sure this is all working. I'm a bit paranoid. And I might make this into a little blueprint real quick. So I'm getting 4 out of each one of these rows. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20 plus. That's why we're doing this. Because if I just do this, obviously this belt here is not full. There's big old gaps. Damn. I shifted that over a little bit more. I could just go in a straight line and basically do one more that brings the poopy belt down. Let's slow down a quick blueprint maker. I don't need a very large one, so a Mark 1 should be... Yeah, I got more room over here. We'll throw together a quick little blueprint for this system. See, I don't have a prep room. Let's go. I got a bunch of room back here. Well, that's purging. Well, that's binging and purging back there. Okay. So, start with a smart splitter. Set to shit, no. You start with a priority merger. Where the center is turned all the way up. Then we put a priority merger directly on top of that. That is set to anything goes to the right. Overflow goes to the center. The reason I wanted to get that dialed in, because if you copy these, they save those settings. I do want to do this one more time. Like I said, I want to bring that poopy belt with me. Okay. Can I get this back another notch? Yes. Oh, half a notch at least. This is like a manifold belt balancing compression thing. Kinda. I need to move these forwards a little bit. I mean, that's basically what it is. Now, the principle behind it's pretty easy. It's basically just a stacked up belt compressor. Okay, all the priorities are set correctly. Go ahead and get rid of all these so I can redo them. Be sure to put the belts in between, because I am notorious for forgetting this step. And if we're making a blueprint, I want it to work. I'm gonna get rid of these because I don't always like using the half nudges. I just wanted enough space so I can do this. Yeah, like that. Iron compressor. There. Boop. Boop. We'll leave that. And I'll probably end up forgetting that Blueprint Maker exists. If you've ever actually looked around the map on my save, there's Blueprint Makers everywhere. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of this, and I'm also going to get rid of this because I want to put that blueprint in place. Blueprints, iron compressor. The slight drawback is that pipe's kind of sort of in my way. Kinda, sorta, almost. And there we go. I feel like I screwed this up a little bit because I didn't put that in place. But that's one of the reasons why the blueprint is still down there in the blueprint maker, so I can adjust that. Because it wouldn't really be a me blueprint unless I screwed something up. I need help with train signals. What's wrong, Shy? It's not really that bad. It's less bad than this. And how many times I have to do this. Let me go fix this blueprint while I'm thinking about it. And then I'll jump over to my other save and to help Shy with train signals. Only got about 25 minutes left in stream, so. And for anybody new here, I'm very, very big on helping people. So if you have a question, I'm always down to try to answer it as best I can. I shouldn't really need this, should I? No, I have not fixed. I've fixed most of them. I shouldn't actually need this. Because it just come out from here, right? Oh, you're fine, Shy. I appreciate you lurking, though. Yeah, I shouldn't need that I should not need this priority merger at all. Just dump that belt. Because I'm not merging into anything. Because this is just my leftover, my junk belt, my crap belt, I don't actually need this shit belt. Right? Basically, I'm making a bunch of 1200 belts. And anything that's left over goes on this belt. Yeah, like I said, I can go over to my other save. We'll spend a couple minutes helping Shy out. Okay, so stream autosave 2. It doesn't matter which one. Couldn't you feed the leftover belt back into the main supply? All of the belts that all the other belts short of that top one should be at 1200. There shouldn't be anything more. So the next time I'm literally going to feed that leftover belt into the next leftover belt. And basically each time it should pick up a little bit. The only problem is there's a very real possibility that no. Should eventually the very top belt should empty out. And it should do that twice. Okay. Train signals. Shy, what is your problem with trains? Yeah, for anybody new around here, I've already done a nuclear power plant. I kind of know what I'm doing. Kinda. This is my planes, trains, and automobiles playthrough. I'm building a network, okay. This right here is everything you need to know about train signals. Right here. The only time you need pathing signals is at an intersection. We were bored right before 1.2 came out, and I had nothing else to do, so I literally drove a factory cart all the way around my entire network. Which, like I said, this is my planes, trains, and automobiles. So I'm trying to take a right path. So the train goes into a station. So you want a right path into a station and then back out. This is a standard 4-way junction in Satisfactory, as far as I am aware. Basically, a pathing signal goes every time you go into an intersection, and a block signal has to be on the outbound. Path in, block out. Over here, this is right-hand drive, so this train comes into a path, out to a block. If it hangs a right, there's a block signal. Or if it hangs a left, it's a block signal. If it hangs a right, it's a block signal. If it goes straight, it's a block signal. Same with this. Path into block, block, block. One thing to make sure, especially in 1.2, you have a right side and a left side. You cannot mix and match them. No, you put, just remember, path in, block out. Also, you want a block signal back a distance before your path signal, because that path signal will not open up until your train is in this block. When you're doing stations, basically your block segments your train track. When you're putting down your train signals, at least in 1.1, it was a real pain in the ass to get them exactly where you wanted, but sometimes it would go on the other side. Like this doesn't want to go on the right side, but if I put it on the left side, even if it doesn't want to go over there like that, wherever you put it, you literally cut the track. Yes, path before the junction. Like if you look at this, this is at the very end of the straight before it gets to the intersection, before the track splits, and it's right there at that split. Then block, as this goes to the right, there's a block signal. As As it goes straight, at the end of that, there's a block signal. As it goes left, there's a block signal. And you might have to pick up your signals, deconstruct them, and put them back down a few times. I can't tell you how many times I had to sit there and redo these to make them work. But when you go into your trains, when you go into your signal, see how there's all these different colors? Every one of those different colors signifies a block. Now, worst case, Shy, hit me up on, if you can't get it, hit me up on Discord, and I can talk you through it. But your blocks, you want block signals scattered throughout. I generally try to put them about the length of a locomotive and 6 to 8 cars. Yeah, if you struggle to place a signal on the specific side, just place it on the wrong side. That then cuts the track, and you can put it on either side. Kept placing block signals, and it gave you the exclamation point. Probably because you had an intersection in there. Block signals on two sides of an intersection, they like to bitch. You also need at least a loop. Like every single one of these tracks goes somewhere. There's never a dead end. But if there was, like if I removed this track right here, I would get an error. Why the fuck are you not airing? There. Because that doesn't go anywhere. There's no destination. So always check to see what it says. Block has no exit signal means that it doesn't go nowhere. Yeah, worst case, you have access to the VOD for this. You have my YouTube, so you'd be able to watch it on that too. Here's your intersection. And basically, it's if you're doing a four-way like this, you go straight across, straight across, straight across, straight across, and then you look down your rail, like, okay, that I know that one goes that way, this one goes this way. I want to go. Don't connect this to this, because obviously you're changing your directions. I don't remember where you live, but when I do this, I literally think of a road, and I try to figure out all the different ways that traffic can flow through a road. I'm going to go find a standard three-way intersection so you have that as well. So worst case, you can just screenshot this and it will show you how to lay out your intersections. You can also do these roundabouts. I've had more train crashes at this roundabout design than the what looks to be a cluster. Path signals and that specific roundabout do not like each other. So those are good if you're just trying to turn around, but okay. And obviously there's two different three-ways here, and that one's not even completely hooked up. You should be. Oh, I didn't do this because literally this train will only ever go this way. It will never go that way. So that's something to take into account. Like that train literally goes into the quartz cave here in the Rocky Desert, gets the SAM, gets the quartz. Either takes the quartz to the uranium or it takes the SAM down to plutonium. It will never go that way. So if you have an intersection and you know that the train coming out of this station will never go a certain way, you don't have to put that track. I know there's a three-way up here that's not as clustered as that one. But needless to say, if you saw the volume of trains I'm running on this playthrough, I kind of figured out trains. It took me a hot minute. But that's one of the reasons I'm not doing trains this time. I did more than enough trains on this playthrough. I'm not going to say, like, I'm an expert pro, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm an idiot. I know I'm an idiot. So it's to ask block signals. Oh, are you talking about like the block signals I have down the length? Yeah, like I said, every one of those different colors is a segment a train can be in. 2 trains cannot be in the same color, ever. So that this block signal is currently not allowing anything in until that one gets past that block signal. These probably should be a little tighter, but they're not. A path signal always looks for a block signal. Because a path signal is basically an entryway. It is not an exit. It doesn't matter. There's no distance limit. You could put a path signal on this side of the world and a block signal on the other side. Let's see if I can get up here in time. This light right here will be green. But as soon as that train enters it, it turns red, saying you cannot enter this section. Now the path signal, once the path signal sees a block signal on every rail coming out of where the path signal is, the path signal should stop airing. The block signal may still be airing. But this is your standard 3-way. That's not clustered. There's a path, and a path hiding down there. And a block on the outbound, and on the outbound. See how that train waited until that train got past the block signal all the way down there? The tighter you put your path signals, the less time your trains will be idle. I believe you can do this all with block signals, but path signals are much better because it allows 2 trains in an intersection. Do not quote me on that because I always unlock path signals and just, do this. One thing to note, if you only have 1 train, you don't need signals at all. Train signals are really only needed once you get into multiple trains. Like, me. This is literally the list of trains. Now that's not, train stations. That's trains. Like I said, worst case, drop me a DM on Discord or Ping me in a message. But that should wrap it up. Let's go back over here. We can throw down a couple blueprints before the end of stream. Sorry, I'm trying to eat some watermelon. Guess I want to keep eating while I wait for the freaking game to load. No, my save game doesn't take any time at all to load. Just think of that when you're playing your saves and you go to load it up. Just remember the pain I have to go through. So we're going to get rid of all those. Gonna get rid of all those. Line that up. That's between the first two. So right there. Okay, so we should have 4 belts coming out of this one. Let's go back here. Hopefully that made sense for all the train stuff. I'm not the world's best person to ask about trains. Still saying block has no exit. Try putting a block in front of your pass signal. Like, go X amount of feet. Go like 10 foundations and put down a block signal on the same side as your pass signal. Try to put a block signal on the same side before your path signal. Go like 10 foundations or so and drop one. Now this is a loop that goes all the way around back to the path, right? You may actually have a broken train track somewhere. Easy way to find that is take a train in manual driving mode and drive it all the way around. If you suddenly lose power and derail, you got a broken track. I'm not This is not for coupons. I'm just making sure that I have my compressor set correctly. Welcome in, Dark Star. It's connected to a one-way station. That might do it. Basically, I'm trying to compress all my iron ingots before I send them down the belt highway. Yeah. If I needed coupons, trust me, iron ingots would not be what I'm sinking. I mean, I got 900 there plus another 400. I've gotten the golden nut like 4 times. If you really want to sink something to get the golden nut, sink singularity cells. Sloop a manufacturer making singularity cells and dump them. Okay, so those are all 1200 belts, and then we got some left over here. Like I said, every time I do this, this belt should get a little more empty. Oh, yeah, it's not going to really work all that well because I'm not syncing the other ones. I'd have to sync everything to actually dial that out. So many syncs. Yeah, I don't care about clipping. The only reason I'm doing this is I need to make sure that that top belt's not empty. Yes, that is correct. But ballistic warp drives also take the longest to make. Singularity cells are ridiculously easy to make. Okay, they're not ridiculously easy to make. They're not super hard to make. Let me rephrase that. Like I was originally sinking nuclear pasta, and then I did the math on singularity cells. That's not lining up correctly. That's what I get for being dumb. Alright. I should be up here. That's not going to reach. But like I said, I don't care about clipping at the moment. Foundry is like a fusion. Yeah, I'm familiar with Foundry. And its ties to mine. Its similarities to Minecraft is the entire reason I don't play it. I myself, I do not care for Minecraft's art style. It gives me a headache. Other people are more than welcome to play whatever the hell they want. I don't like that art style. It's just like I won't play Hightail. I definitely did not get those lined up correctly. Nope. Half foundation off. Like I said, we're all allowed to like what we like and what we don't like. I'm never gonna put somebody down just because of whatever game they want to play. NOS Energy is fun at 8 p.m. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm trying to wrap this up. Okay, so that should have every... Stupid. There. Still getting started on my perspective. I had to do a third restart. My second playthrough was up to completing the third science pack. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. That's always one of the fun things about these games, is trying to figure out, even if, depending on where your starting biome is, figuring out where you want to start in said starting biome. Like I said, I just want to make sure that's not empty. And I have to sync everything to find that out. Because I'm way too lazy to do all the math. It's a lot of math. I don't want to do. Because quite frankly, I have no idea what this line is. And I'd have to check a lot of stuff to find out what's on that line. Sometimes it's easier just to sync everything. This is one of the few flaws with this type of compressor. Because there's so little space between them. If there's an ingot on the belt, as there's an ingot on here, it's like, okay, I don't need to go, and it just send it the rest of the way. How big is this factory? Don't pay attention to this. This is not a factory, though. This is a power plant. It's kind of big. That's not including everything that's below. There's 296 assemblers there for compacted coal. There's 168 blenders below that for fuel. I don't even remember. There's 700 refineries making turbo fuel. There's 4,680 fuel gens, 250 coal generators, 7 power augmenters that are being fed alien power matrices. And I'm making about 7.5 terawatts at the moment. Yeah, but this is what I was worried about. I'm getting gaps here. Yeah, it's a little bit on the big side. The goal for this playthrough is to turn every single resource on the map that can be into power. And this is based on 1.1. I'm not doing any all pure nodes. I'm not doing any random node purity changes. I'm not doing any fossil fuel rich or anything like that. This is all based on a 1.1 map. So that right there is every single resource you can possibly get on the map. There is every drop of nitrogen, every drop of oil. I'm having a little bit of trouble with that. And every beltable resource. This is 429 nodes all brought together in one spot. This entire building here, the only thing this building does is sort into individual resources like this chunk right here, from this gap to that gap. It's all the iron on the map. That's all the limestone, all the coal, yada, yada, yada. Inside, at the moment, I am running the cheap silica recipe, so limestone and quartz to make silica. And on the top, I'm using the very few sloops I have left to turn basically, to turn every single bit of raw SAM into reanimate. And when I say very few, I mean there's 33 sloops in there right now, because there's 70 are down there by the water's edge. One factory to rule them all, something like that. But I got some bad news for you guys. It is 10 past 8. I have been streaming for over 7 hours. It is unfortunately time for the end of the Idjit show. If you haven't already, please remember to smack that like button like it owes you money over on the YouTube. If you're new here, lurking or watching this Satisfactory, and somehow you made it through the last 7 hours of me doing whatever the hell I did today, smack that subscribe button over on the YouTube. Smack the follow button over on the Twitch. I'll be back tomorrow to try to get the rest of those iron ingots taken care of. Get the Caterium, get the copper sheets, get everything else onto this highway, so we can move it down to making the world's largest nuclear power plant, using over 6,300 uranium per minute. It's going to get spicy. So be sure to subscribe and follow, because this is going to get weird. All right, till tomorrow. I've been Idjit, obviously.